Organizing Director, Sohaila Ayman.
Good morning, everybody. Sabah al-khair and ahlan wa sahlan, and welcome to the final day, unfortunately, of ArabCon. This has been an honor to get to know so many of you, to have the opportunity to connect with you, and to learn about the things that you're doing in your respective cities. And I think it's very important that we say that this is what ArabCon is all about, and this is what we wanted as ADC and as a collective community, to have people come, to be able to have people connect, understand the work that we're doing across the countries, so that people are very well aware of the fact that we are a unified community, even though they try so hard to divide us. I hope that all of you have been having a wonderful time. I know the energy has been absolutely amazing, and as I walk through the conference, I'm talking to people from every corner of the United States and some from across Canada, and we've even had a few from the Middle East who are here. And it's been absolutely beautiful to see the camaraderie, the coming together of all the people who are here and getting to know one another on such a deep level that they're able to connect, exchange information, and take that to the next level when they go back to their homes, so that people are able to work and have their efforts be understood across that national landscape. Because if anything we expected from this organization and from bringing ArabCon to a city like Dearborn is that we understand what community is really all about, and we wanted to bring you, as we say, home. Because Dearborn, at the end of the day, is the epicenter of Arab America, and no matter where you go in the world and no matter what happens in the global community, if it impacts an Arab or a Muslim, for some reason they always come back to Dearborn to want to know what we think about things that are going on. So please know, because I know so many of you came from all these different places, know that you always have a home here and you have family here waiting for you, and I hope that you will return. And Habibeti, I love you. But it really has been beautiful. And this is what ArabCon is all about. It's all about community, about culture, about connections, and about networking so that we can work better together. So thank you, and please give yourselves a round of applause. With that energy that we've had over the last few days, I hope you will continue to bring it through today, because we have some phenomenal panels this morning, and I want to start by having a conversation with three extraordinary people who are going to really get into the nitty-gritty about what bearing witness is all about. So this panel is Bearing Witness, a soldier and a survivor in dialogue on Gaza. This extraordinary conversation will bring together two voices from opposite ends of the Gaza genocide. Hani Almadhoun, our dear friend, a Palestinian American who has lost more than 200 family members in this genocide, including his brother and co-founder Mahmoud Almadhoun of the Gaza Soup Kitchen. Opposite him sits Anthony Aguilar, a former Green Beret and military contractor who became a whistleblower after raising alarms on human rights violations that were committed by the IDF while serving with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Together, Hani and Anthony confront the reality of loss, complicity, and accountability. And Hani speaks from the lived pain of an obliterated family and community, while Anthony reflects on why he entered Gaza as a contractor and what he witnessed firsthand. And please help me in welcoming this moderator for the session, Mara Cronenfeld, the Executive Director of UNRWA USA.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. So, as Sohaila said, this title of this panel is Bearing Witness, a soldier and a survivor in dialogue on Gaza. And before I further introduce these two panelists, I would like to set some context. Most of this information, of course, we know in this room all too well. But it's important to state that these last 24 months have been a marathon of misery for Palestinians, for Gaza, and yes, for those of us bearing witness. Our very brain chemistry has transformed watching Israel commit atrocity after atrocity on the civilians in Gaza. And mind you, of course, nothing that we've experienced is anywhere near to what those are experiencing on the ground. The official death toll, which nears 66,000, is very likely a severe undercount. Of course, the British medical journal, The Lancet, estimates that the real number is 40% higher, and there are researchers recently who are saying the number of casualties is closer to 600,000. Meanwhile, data from an internal Israeli intelligence database says the Israelis themselves say that 83% of those killed are civilians. We know tens of thousands of children have been killed. 40,000 children have lost one or both of their parents. 4,000 children have faced amputation. Gaza is now home to the highest cohort of child amputees in modern history. And famine and even humanitarian aid have been weaponized. We in this room, and Hani and Anthony, we bear witness to this genocide every day with every photo and video that comes across our screens. Every child shaking in shock is our own child. Every desperate parent, our own mother or father. Every exhausted doctor. Every family displaced for the 10th time with only the clothes on their back. Every young man desperate to find food for his family. I am Mara Cronenfeld, Executive Director of UNRWA USA, and UNRWA, the United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine Refugees, has served an essential role providing critical, life-saving resources and services to millions of Palestinians in Gaza and in the Middle East, but in Gaza over the last 24 months and over the Middle East for the last 75 years. To this day, and I want to make this clear because I've been asked several times, and Hani's asked a lot, we're asked every day in our info box, is UNRWA still there? Don't let this propaganda work. We all know there's a massive propaganda campaign against UNRWA, against all of us. To this day, and hear me when I say this, to this day, 11,000 UNRWA staff members are still on the ground in Gaza, even when food doesn't get in. And these are people just like Hani's family, Mosab's family, who are starving themselves, whose family members have been killed, who have been displaced, who are living in tents. They are showing up to work every day. They are treating, on average, 12,000 patients a day. Do you know that UNRWA has become the primary source of medical support in Gaza because of the systematic destruction of the hospital system there? They are distributing clean water to 300,000 people every 2 weeks. UNRWA is in charge of the repair of the water wells. They're collecting tons of toxic waste, of solid waste each week, and they're providing psychosocial support, trauma care for hundreds of thousands of children in Gaza and their families. And they are attempting to educate a generation, believe me, it is hard work, as you can imagine, entering their 3rd year out of school. This is a population, mind you, that had a 97% literacy rate before these atrocities started. With over 75 years of proven humanitarian service, UNRWA is the only agency capable of responding at the scale this moment demands, potentially preventing thousands, tens of thousands of more deaths due to forced famine, if allowed to do their job. But we know that Israel, with the help of our own government, unfortunately, have attempted to ice out UNRWA through disinformation, through active propaganda. Israel through illegal raids on schools and health clinics in East Jerusalem and in the West Bank. And finally, the enactment of Knesset laws in violation of international law. And instead of UNRWA, they have gone a much more sinister route. Rather than supporting UNRWA and its UN partners, again, UNRWA, with 75 years of experience, the United States has worked directly with Israel to help conceive and implement the so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is operated, as we know, by a group of contracted US military veterans under the armed supervision of Israeli military. Rather than the 400 aid sites that UNRWA had, GHF, as Anthony will tell us, administers its so-called aid out of 4 distribution points, 3 of them in southern Gaza and 1 just south of Wadi Gaza, where Israel has attempted to forcibly concentrate Gaza's starving and beleaguered population. We have witnessed horrifying scenes of starving Palestinians walking miles for food, only to be corralled into pens like animals and even shot at by the Israeli military. Over 2,200 people have been shot and killed at or near distribution sites. In fact, GHF is the moral inverse of UNRWA. Today we're going to talk to Anthony Aguilar, and of course he's been already introduced, but this is a decorated military veteran who has served in multiple settings around the world. He's a West Point graduate. We are grateful to Anthony for his brave testimony, and his credibility has been a key part of exposing GHF for the killing machine that it is. We thank Anthony for bearing witness, for speaking the truth, and for sharing that there's nothing humanitarian about what our government is doing in Gaza. We are also going to speak with Hani Almadhoun, a Palestinian American who has lost, and I hate saying lost, it's such a dumb euphemism, frankly. They have been killed. 200 of his family members have been killed in this genocide, including 2 brothers. His brother Mahmoud Almadhoun, who was targeted and killed attempting to bring aid to Kamal Adwan Hospital, and his brother Majid's wife Safa, and 4 of their 6 children. Say their names: Riman, Siwar, Omar, and Ali. I'm also lucky to have Hani as a dear colleague, as a brother, while working at UNRWA USA for the last almost 6 years. He is Senior Director of Philanthropy at UNRWA USA and also is founder of the Gaza Soup Kitchen, what he's here to talk about today. So my first question is for you, Anthony. You served as a contractor with this so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation for 6 weeks earlier this year. In your career, you've been deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Tajikistan, Jordan, the Philippines, Malaysia, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. You have described that what you saw in Gaza was worse than anything you had seen in your many combat tours. Please tell us what you witnessed there and what led you to this conclusion.
I entered Gaza on the 24th of May, and what I witnessed visually was simply indescribable. It left me speechless, and having been in situations throughout the world in many conflicts to see devastation, destruction, what is happening in Gaza is not war. It is annihilation. It is occupation. It is oppression, and it is tyranny. Seeing it with my own eyes and every sensory aspect of the smell, the sight, the sounds is beyond anything that I have ever experienced. What really impacted me or disturbed me is that it is all by design. The genocide that is being conducted through the weaponization of food, denying human beings water, forced displacement, intentional targeting, and indiscriminate killing. Palestinians aren't dying. They're being killed. Witnessing that, and that it's by design and that it's intentional, is extremely disturbing, and more so than in conflicts that I've seen before where, yes, war is violent, conflict is complex and chaotic, but specifically what is happening to Palestinians, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank. It's by design. Israel is intent on doing this. Their leaders no longer hide this. They say the quiet parts out loud. And seeing that and what's happening is unjustifiable. The United States, in our complicit participation in this, the United States is on the wrong side of history. And the world will not forget, and the world will hold us accountable. And seeing that in the context that the United States is a part of it, in this genocide, in this designed famine. The famine in Gaza is by design. It is preventable. And the United States is going along with it. And I think that's what's really the most disturbing aspect of it, is that so much violence and so much dehumanization that it's by design, and that the United States is a willing partner in that design. And that is something that no American, or anyone in the world for that matter, should stand or tolerate.
Thank you, Anthony. And one more question for you, Anthony, about this design. You know, I was looking back in December of 2023, there was an article in the Times of Israel, and it was also in the Jewish News Service, that said, and I just went back to find this, I had forgotten about this, it quoted a high security document from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Israel saying that our plan is threefold going forward. Our plan is to demonize and propagandize UNRWA. Our number one. Number two is get rid of UNRWA, because we want to get rid of them, because what? Because they are keeping Palestinians alive and the hope of a future Palestinian state alive. And number three, replace it. Is that the design you're talking about?
That is certainly a key aspect of the design. That is a key component of Israel's plan to not feed Palestinians, to not provide services for we're talking about basic survival at this point. We're not even talking about living a life. We're talking about surviving. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation not only violates, or is the moral and principled inverse of UNRWA, it is the inverse of humanitarian action. Humanitarian aid, humanitarian work should be impartial, should be independent, should be neutral, and most of all should be humanitarian. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is not neutral. They are employed by the Israeli government. There is a contract. They are not neutral in terms of focusing on the needs of Palestinians. If that were the case, they would be providing water. They're providing no water. It is by design, as an implemented tool, to use food as a weapon to displace the population, provide just enough food, not even enough food to survive, just enough food to make it seem like that they are providing support. In terms of humanitarian assistance, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is not providing humanitarian assistance. They are providing food in a very minimal amount as a weapon to displace the population, further starve the population. Israel's plan to dismantle or move the UN and UNRWA out of Gaza was a key component in that plan, because to impart the strategy of starvation, you have to remove the element of what was actually feeding and keeping people alive. And Israel has succeeded in doing that, because the United States and the world stood by and listened to the propaganda. Propaganda which has already been debunked by the international community. Why we still stand by and not allow UNRWA and the UN to go back into 400 distribution sites with community-based delivery of aid, medical support, psychological support, school, education, all the things that a society needs. That the United States in particular, but also the world, is standing by and allowing that life-giving aid to sit feet outside of the fence is a stain on humanity. It is a stain on the world.
Absolutely. And UNRWA, by the way, has the equivalent of 6,000 trucks of aid, enough to feed 1 million people right now, just feet beyond the border. That's not been allowed in.
Within less than 500 meters from the fence, sitting there.
Thank you, Anthony. Hani, my brother, my colleague, you are a force for good in this world. We love you. So I was going to say you play two major roles, but I should say at least two major roles. This man never stops. I don't think he sleeps. Vis-a-vis humanitarian aid in Gaza, as Director of Philanthropy with us at UNRWA USA, and as founder of the Gaza Soup Kitchen. What led you to start the Gaza Soup Kitchen? Tell us where your funding comes from, and what impact you've been able to make on the ground in Gaza when we've seen so-called humanitarian actors like Gaza Humanitarian Foundation utterly fail.
Good to be with all of you. Thank you for having us. Suhaila, thank you for the intro. Mara. I'll speak Gaza Soup Kitchen hat today. No UNRWA USA, you know, the boss is here. I can't talk UNRWA USA. If you want to misquote me, misquote Mara. So the Gaza Soup Kitchen started as a makeshift response because many NGOs that I love and respect were stopped by Israel from delivering aid. I had many neighbors reach out, Hani, we need food, we need water, and there was that need. And there was my friends around the US who were like, hey, here's Venmo, $500 for Hani, Zelle, $200, and it got too much where I see the need, and then I see people who want to support. And started by the video when my late brother, Sheikh Mahmoud, was abducted just 2 weeks after they've killed my brother Majid. And we already established our name in the US as a family who's in the front line and who's paid the price for being a Palestinian. And we pushed back. We're not gonna, I can't tell you how many amazing Palestinians from Gaza who live in the US and just don't feel comfortable talking about these atrocities because some people would lose jobs, some people would feel for their safety. Our family is different in a way. I am grounded in American rebellious values, but also in my Palestinian resilience and upbringing. So we started by, the quiet phase was November and December and January 2024. We were just sending money to people. Remember, they took away the banks and there is no telecommunication. Thanks to an amazing friend of mine who lives in Jerusalem and Telecom, he figured out to get us a telecommunication to the family through some Israeli SIMs and some Palestinian cards. And the Israelis, every time any Israeli SIM, they will disconnect it. So every day, Sheikh Mahmoud will wake up and just try to reset the eSIM. So that was the first problem. The second one was delivering, thank you. The second one was delivering cash, and the banks were taken away. I was fortunate enough to have been in Gaza 2 months before the genocide. We saw Gaza in peak season. We enjoyed it. We had the time of our life. We left at Rafah crossing. I wrote something on Facebook. I say, take care of the homeland. So I leave money with my siblings. In fact, my brother Majid had my ATM card. And we couldn't find it once they bombed them and the bodies were caught in the rubble. It took a week to dig the bodies. Safa was buried twice, half first day and the second day they dug the other half. So they've used that fund, and then when Majid, Allah yarhamu, was killed, he had some money on him, and we've used that to buy food for our neighbors. So we said he doesn't need it anymore, so we borrowed from our dead brother, and we bought food for our neighbors. First was buying rice from some guy in Jabalia who had it. Remember, for 3 or 4 months, nobody in Gaza, they ate all the pasta. There was no pasta, there was some rice. We did that, then rice ran out in January. Then Mahmoud said, hey, let me put some food packages. It literally had some coffee, tea, a can of tomato paste, and wet wipes. And we would give them away to people. And then he pivoted in February he said, hey, I'm gonna cook for people. And he just gets 3 pots. He grabs his friend Ishaq, who used to fry falafels. And the guy who made falafel is an amazing photographer all of a sudden. And he's taking these award-winning photos. And it became a viral because the photos were telling the story. The challenge was a lot of amazing not-for-profits have not yet figured out how to deploy funds. And there was this disruptor, makeshift humanitarian response from our family. Then we took it to GoFundMe, and then it took off. But the challenges, as Mara knows, is about sustaining this because so many of my Palestinian friends, they start it, but then they check out and they get tired. Not every family can do this. Our family is in business, so we're always small business. I was working in our shop since I'm in 5th grade, so there is a hustle. And that came to save us and continue the operation in the winter. We were feeding people whatever we forage. Mosab knows in Beit Hanoun and Beit Lahiya there is some khubbeza, silig, common persimmon and common mallow. With the rain, it comes, a gift of nature. So Mahmoud and some guys would go and pick it up, chop it up. My mom would cook it for them. And it kept the north alive for about 2 months until we started hearing of airdrops. And I think one time Mahmoud bought a bag of rice that we tracked back to some mall in Amman, Jordan. So he bought it for an expensive price because rice wasn't available. So we kept doing this work, and in addition to supporting my colleagues at UNRWA USA, a lot of you know that Chief Mahmoud was assassinated. They sent a drone to kill him and we know this because he just barely left the house 30 yards, and the drone just was waiting for him, and they bombed him. And this is a guy who used to end every message like, "Greetings to my beloved in America, Mustamirin." And it was scary for our family because his only crime is getting food to the Kamal Adwan hospital. Dr. Mosab Abu Toha was the first person to call like, "Hey, Mahmoud, I need tomato paste. Mahmoud, I need this." And Mahmoud did it, delivered for them. And so that's the second loss in our family. And then, we are doing more. I'd like to give some more time, but the biggest thing right now, the most defiant act our family is doing is really get food to Gaza City. A lot of people left Gaza City, but there are about 250,000 people there. I know a friend of Mara reached out. She said she needed food for the Shifa hospital. There are 300 families. And our team today went and was only able to get them 100 care packages. And the Red Cross even left Gaza, unfortunately, because of the Israeli warnings. So we continue to pop up in areas where the Israelis don't want us, but in genuine truthfulness, I do want to give you mottos and slogans and stuff. I just do want to lose my last brother because I do want my parents to deal with the loss again, and we already have orphans in the family, too many orphans. So we're working basically remotely in Gaza City, but we have people, a dentist in Gaza City who refuses to leave is leading the response, and a guy who used to have the biggest sweet shop, Musab, the Mzannar family, the biggest sweet shop in Gaza. This guy is starving now, and he's going to deliver food parcels for people. I'll stop there, Mara. Thank you.
Thank you, Hani. Thank you. This next question is really for both of you, and it is on starvation, on weaponized starvation and weaponized aid. I want to read an excerpt of a poem by a Palestinian doctor and poet in Gaza. It was actually first sent around. I saw it on Linda Sarsour's account. His name's Dr. Azzuddin Shabab, that many of us have read. That really knocked me to my core. They ran like hunted things toward that truck. They climbed it with hands that have never held toys. They fell to their knees as if before an altar, and they began to scrape. One had a broken lid, another a piece of cardboard, but the rest used their hands, their tongues. They licked it. Do you hear me? They licked flour dust from rusted steel, from dirt, from the back of a truck that had already driven away. One boy was laughing, not because he was happy, but because the body goes mad when it is starving. To this day, not only does Israel and its supporters deny having anything to do with famine in Gaza, but some still deny there is famine. They deny that there is starvation. I want to know about what both of you have witnessed in terms of starvation, weaponized starvation. Can you please use this moment to bear witness to what you've seen? And I want to start with Anthony first, and really, if you can describe, as horrific as those settings were, what it was like being at a so-called Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid site.
Well, first I'll say that anyone that would say that there is not starvation and a famine in Gaza is a liar and a coward. Ambassador Mike Huckabee is a coward.
Shame.
The others that would speak to saying that are just abhorrent liars. It's unjustifiable. What I witnessed in Gaza at the distribution sites, the weaponization of food is not only a component of starvation as an aspect of the genocide, it is also a tool of dehumanization to provide just enough food that when a human being is starving to death, they're put in a situation with the sites that are established that you either starve to death or you risk your life going to get food. The distribution sites were established. Again, there was 400 under the UNRWA in community-based in all throughout Gaza. Now, there were 4. The Netzarim corridor site up near Wadi Gaza is no longer. That's now an IDF base for operations in northern Gaza. That doesn't exist anymore. The 3 sites to the south, site number 1 has now been widened to subsume site number 2 into this 2.7 kilometer humanitarian assistance transition area. It is a concentration camp. That is a fact by definition. A concentration camp that has no running water, no prime power electricity, open sewage, no plan for caring for the community with medical needs. It is an implementation of further starvation and dehumanization. If a family member were to leave their home to go to a GHF site to get food, they are never going back home. Even if they survive the shooting, the bombing, the attacks against the civilian population, they aren't going back home. They get sent to one of the once existing UN encampments in either Khan Yunis, Mawasi, Rafah, or northern Rafah now, because the UN camp in Rafah that was there near the Egyptian border is now gone. Everything in Rafah is gone. These sites served as bait, as this insidious, evil plan to bring Palestinians south with the promise of food, not provide them food, and then they don't get to go home. It was part of the military plan for the clearance of the central part of Gaza under Operation Gideon's Chariots. And now they're doing the same thing in the north with Operation Gideon's Chariots too, by displacing the population from the north to the south incrementally, to where, within the next coming weeks, every surviving Palestinian will be concentrated in the south at this concentration camp. It is beyond explanation, other than the only way that explains it is that this is designed as a genocide. This doesn't happen accidentally. This happens by design. When you see a child, a small child who has no shoes, whose clothes are tattered, who, no telling when they had their last meal or when they last drank water, has to walk kilometers on their own to get to one of these distribution sites. And when they get there, there isn't food, there isn't a meal, there isn't food that they can eat. They get dry, parceled goods. And you see a child on their hands and knees picking up lentils or pasta from the ground and shifting the dirt and rocks out of it and putting what's left in their small bag. And you see that and you witness that. And you realize that that child who has the will to survive and who knows nothing else in this world but war won't survive. And the United States is a part of it. The world is a part of it. This can stop. This can stop today. The food is sitting just on the other side of the fence. Children, mothers, fathers. When you see a father carrying their daughter and they're daughter is dead because they died of starvation, and you see that, there's no justification for that. There is no accepting of that under any circumstance. Take everything else for a moment and set it aside and just look at that and say, humanity. We cannot stand by and allow children to starve to death. That's what this is about. It's not politics. It's not religion. It's not geopolitics or who has the right to exist or not. That is certainly a discussion that we must have. Right now, it's about, are we going to stand by and allow children to starve to death? That's what's happening. That's what these sites do.
And Anthony, you're talking about children. I believe, tell me if I'm correct, that one of these children came up to you at one of these sites to thank you. And,
yes.
And a war crime, yet another war crime happened, if I'm correct.
The entire apparatus of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is a war crime in and of itself. The establishment of sites in areas of active combat, the dehumanization, the complete departure of the aspects of humanitarian principles, it's a war crime in its existence. Specifically, shooting at unarmed civilians is a war crime. And that's not something that I'm just making an opinion about. That is verbatim out of international humanitarian law and the protocols of the Geneva Convention. That is a war crime. This young boy, Amir, this was on the 28th of May at distribute site number 3, which is nearest to the southern edge of Khan Yunis. His father had been killed in an airstrike. He was separated from his family during that airstrike where his father was killed, and he was displaced and sent to the Khan Yunis UN encampment, where a family took him in as their own. On that day, he was going to site number 3, to get food with his adopted uncle. They were separated because the IDF were shooting into the crowd. He ended up on the site after distribution, and there was nothing left. He had in his arms just parcels of food, half a bag of rice. The child was malnourished and dehydrated, and he had no shoes. And he came up to us not to complain, not to threaten us, but to thank us. The contractor that was standing next to me, he kissed his hand, he kissed my hand, we spoke. And when he left, like so many others, not hundreds, but thousands of Palestinians that come to or leave these sites, he was gunned down. Outside of these sites, in, around, and outside of these sites, thousands of Palestinians have been killed by the IDF. And those that aren't picked up, or those that aren't taken to the hospital, or those that don't survive, whose bodies are left outside of these sites, are buried by the bulldozers that come in afterwards. And the United States has a direct hand in that. And that is the ugly truth. That is the ugly truth that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and that the Israeli government will try to hide because it is so abhorrent, but they cannot hide it anymore. And we must take action against it to stop it, or it will continue.
Thank you, Anthony, for your testimony. Hani, tell us what you and your family have witnessed in terms of starvation and how you have attempted to help as much as you can to alleviate it.
So late May, June, July this year were incredibly hard to get food in Gaza. We've documented many kids with twigs for arms and kids who feel really sickly, and we've had people collapse at the soup kitchen and near the medical point, so we'll hook him up in IV. They came for soup and they couldn't stand. And there's a lot of those cases. There is no shortage of evidence that there is an official famine in Gaza. We've been seeing it. We've been documenting a lot of those cases. Elderly, I recognize my family. I see like, wow, they've lost a lot of weight, not in the healthy way, like not in the, but they look very sickly. And the only thing that we we're hardly able to find is the lentils and white beans. And we kept cooking at 5 locations out of the 10 because we couldn't get enough food for the 10 locations. And somehow when the media started talking about it, there was 2 weeks where Mara and I were everywhere in the media. And then the Israelis realized there is no escaping. We got caught. And then what they do, they always do this. Okay, now we'll allow food in. Enough time to reset the headlines. So this way, by the time Gaza, there is food, there's okay, then we can go and kill them. So this is when they started the Gaza invasion and destruction plan. I'm going to tell the story of 2 people, 2 of my cousins, Taha Almadhoun. He was killed in July. He's one of those volunteer people who try to protect the aid truck. There's a bunch of civilian guys who are college age. They go to try to help the aid trucks get to the people and not be looted. Surprise, surprise, Israel gunned down the whole crew that tries to protect the aid. And he's one of the people Israel killed. Total college kid, not involved in anything. He was murdered because he wanted to protect the aid from being looted. But that's why Israel likes the aid being looted and supporting it. This is where the areas that Israel is controlling, that's where the looting happens. By the way, it's by starved Palestinians and some organized gangs. It has nothing to do with, they always tell you this militant group or that steals aid. Untrue. The Israeli report said this is unfound, and USAID said this is not. There is no significant evidence that this aid has been looted. But on the other side, they allow commercial trucks in with armed Palestinian private security in the same area. An aid truck goes. If you're going to give it to people for free, they do want that, so the food doesn't reach the warehouses. But 100% of the time, if it's for sale, it reaches the warehouse because Israel is okay with people in guns who are somehow coordinated with them about this. So what ends up happening is the aid that's supposed to be distributed by many UN and non-UN agencies doesn't get to the people, and the guys grab it and go sell it in the market. Now, a lot of NGOs, they have rules about not buying stolen aid. So if the aid got stolen, a big NGO wouldn't buy it. So you end up in a situation where NGOs are just watching. They're not able to do much. Now, in the commercial truck, so that's where our family basically buys 1,000 food parcel and about $35 to $40 each and just give them away to people and a way to reduce the suffering. The reason why Israel is leading the engineered suffering in Gaza, because who has money in Gaza? Like you couldn't even ride the cab for $1. How are you going to afford the prices of sugar and cooking oil? So this is for Israelis to make sure every Palestinian feels the suffering. And that's why shops like ours, I hope Go Project Hope in the room. They're also another smaller NGO that helps in Gaza. So these are the hacks we've developed to get food to people, and there's not enough for everybody. It's a very desperate situation, and it doesn't make it okay. But in addition to cooking hot meals, we deliver food parcels, care packages, and it is really hard work because safety. How are you going to find the space to fit 1,000 food package? How are you going to transport it? That's why in Gaza City, we do like 100 to 100 food parcels. We're not going to find a big truck within Gaza City, so we just do it in the DL. And yeah, there's a challenging situation. Our family, when we started the Gaza Soup Kitchen, we were like in good faith. Let's tell COGAT, that's the Israeli unit that coordinates and the different ways they harm the Palestinians. That's the office that decides these things. They've actually used the information to hurt Chef Mahmoud. So we've decided not to talk to them anymore. So they're known to be notorious for not sharing intelligence information with you. Meaning, so we'll go and say, Hani, give me the list of all your staff. I'm a good citizen, I'm gonna give him the names. They will never tell you Bob is a bad apple, don't have him. They will bomb you and then show, hey, Bob is this horrible person. So they're notorious for doing that, and they had every single UNRWA staff in Gaza, but they chose not to say, and then when it serves their agenda, they will bring that information to light. So we don't coordinate with them. That means we're not allowed to bring food in from outside Gaza, so work from what's within Gaza. Some people ask, hey, how are you bringing food? This is not. Gaza Soup Kitchen doesn't bring any food. We just work with whatever local farms, less than 5% of the farms produce. in Gaza, and we buy from the local stores. Now, mind you, this morning I was reading an Israeli report about Dormosh family. Dormosh family is a big family in Gaza. They have a lot of troublemakers in the family. They are known to be tough people and difficult. So the Israelis bribed them and said, hey, we'll give you leverage, we'll give you anything if you lead the fight against this militant group in Gaza. And they thought this is going to, and that's the strategy, by the way. They go to these families and tell them, and this is an Israeli report this morning. The family refused. They said, nope, we're not going to do it. We're not going to go fight each other. The next day, they bombed the house for Dormosh family, killing 20 people. This is this morning Israeli report coming, and more. And there's a guy in Khan Yunis now. You've heard about Abu Shabab. Now there is an Astal guy in Khan Yunis. His own family said he's a crook and a liar, and we have nothing to do with him. So these are the unsavory characters that are attracted to Israeli perks. In fact, I'm not going to name any names. There's a few American NGOs that use the multi-faith, the faith approach, the interfaith thing to coordinate with the Israelis and some Arab country, I'm not going to name either, to bring weapons into Gaza for these shady characters. This is something you could find online, and if you want to talk about it in private, we can. But I want people to know that really be careful with your money, what charities you support, and know that you should really look at their updates, like are they doing daily updates from Gaza? Were they in Gaza before October 7th? Do they have people in the ground? Do you trust the names? Do you see a Palestinian who's credible among the staff or the board? These are key things. A lot of people, we have good intentions, you want to help, but sometimes you're helping the wrong party. And Mara?
Yeah, thank you, Hani. Speaking of propaganda and unsavory actions, I think you had mentioned that Israel was trying to show how it was feeding so many people in Gaza through the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation and other efforts. And what did you discover, Hani, with some of their footage?
So in July, the Israelis want to spread their propaganda about, they're really good at about getting bargain bin influencers to go, like no credible journalist would go and support their claims. So they get these guys who make videos who have no history and they just wanted to trip to the beach in Tel Aviv. And that's the way to do it for them. We wake up one day, I think it was in July or August, and we see this video by the IDF. Hey, here is my nephew. Here is my niece. They never asked us for permission. They used photos from ours. And they said, oh, there is no famine. These are humanitarians provided food in Gaza. We did this aid despite of them, not because of them. We do not talk to them. They have nothing to do with us. And worse, they said the pictures were from last week. 2 of them were, but 1 of them was from marsh. And we knew this because we could find some animal protein in marsh. And they had a picture of a girl on our website from marsh. So we're not going to fact check them because that's a waste of energy and nobody has time to just fact check. We call them out. We now know that they follow our page. So every now and then we try to troll them in the page and say, don't hurt anyone, just tell us, we will move from whatever area you want. And genuinely, it is increasingly hard because they have access to a lot of information through a lot of bad actors here. And I want to take this opportunity, Mara, to just say, if you have lawyers in the room, I feel disappointed by not the litigation. We're not litigating enough bad actors. There is no reason not to go after the group that planned the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. So this is a group in Boston. I'm not going to name them. They planned the whole GHF, and they're ready for a shakedown. We need our doctors. We honored so many of them. They were brave. They were in the front line. But I want to see more of the lawyers and sharks and legal theory to bring these guys down a size. They have no claims to sue organizations like UNRWA USA or other partners. They just make shit up. I'm sorry, Mara.
Thank you, Hani. Hani, one more question to you, and I'm going to read something you posted a while ago, again, that broke many of us in half. I carry a grief in my heart heavy enough to sink a ship, but they will never see it. They don't deserve to witness me broken. shattered, or on my knees. So I carry it quietly, and I keep standing. Hani, we are so grateful for all you do to tell the world the truth, and the truth that you and your family have witnessed with deep humanity, bravery, and strength, despite the endless hardships you and your family have faced. How are you channeling your grief? What keeps you keeping on and bearing witness during these treacherous days?
I think sometimes I think there's something wrong with me because I should show more emotions, but I'm too busy focused on solving problems. I think I wrote this around the time my cousin, Ibn Khalti, Samih Muhammad Hilmi Almadhoun, this guy was killed at a GHF site over the summer. And he went to near Khan Yunis, and they got there too late, and they said, let's camp out until the morning, so we're in the first in line. And while they were waiting, I think there was 15 or 19 of them, an Israeli jeep emerges, and just by the end, everybody ended up dead. What's curious about Samih is that his body was delivered to us naked, which is very unusual. As you know, in the Muslim faith, you deliver the body and you bury it the way you found it, meaning they usually do not change it. If you have your hurt, your cut, they bury you the same way they found you. That's the way to say you're going to bear witness, speaking of witness. But that's what our family thinks. There is an execution involved where they told them strip down, they thought they have something, and then they killed everybody. Then they call an ambulance or an Israeli coordinator to come and pick up the bodies and throw them at Nasser Hospital. It was very hard because his mother lost her two kids and more family members. She's very sickly, and the bodies, in reality, it's a 30-minute cab ride, but in Gaza, it's like a half-a-day journey. And she was pleading with somebody to go recover the body of her child. And one of the neighbors from Shuja'iyya, he said, I'm going to go do it. And he go and bring the body, and that's we know. So there is grief everywhere. When I call my parents, I talk to Fatma, my niece, who's been known to send text messages to her dad's old number, like just talking to him like as he's alive. And that's her way of therapy. I talk to Leanne and all these nephews and nieces. In a way, the Gaza Soup Kitchen has been a blessing for my family because it provides them a distraction from the grief. They wake up every morning, chase after the water truck, but they're humans. You know, they call me about silly things where they're not talking to each other. My sister, Chef Fatin, is like, hey, can you talk to Muhammad about this? And I'm trying to run between meetings, and it's a lot of mental support. And the more you do in Gaza, the more is expected. So you get somebody a food parcel, the haram sir, they're desperate, hey, I have orphans, can you give him something, or I need a tent? And this comes to my phone, and then if I don't respond, Hani shaif halo, and it's just, it's hard. It's really hard, and I want to respond, but then I'm not showing up for my children here, Zaina and Maryam in Gaza, in the way I would, you know, in Annandale, Virginia. So there is a lot of unfulfilled things. We have not taken a day off. And that's okay. This is all silly, but folks are losing people left or right. What centers me is I used to have a lot more faith. I still do 5 salawat a day and all that stuff. I do my prayer, but it feels hollow, honestly. I just look at this and say, like, why is this happening to good people I know? And they mean nothing to the world, and I'm seeing them genocided. But I'm in the right place. I support UNRWA, an amazing place to help people, but also I do hands-on. We're like, hey, here's the food parcel. We're going to put this kind of sugar, this kind of rice. And that just centers me because I'm also distracted by this service. So thank you for being with us.
Anthony, there's a couple of parts of your testimony that we've seen in many different interviews, which were truly earth-shattering interviews for telling the truth, the hard truth, to people who really need to hear it. And two details that came out that were just even shock upon shock. One was about the makeup of of some of the GHF contractors being from a Muslim hate gang called the Infidels. Maybe you can tell us more about this. This is insanity. And the other is that some of the contractors, if I did the math correctly and how you were talking about their monthly payments, that they could make $1 million a year per contractor doing their work. Can you tell us what you know about both of those details?
Yeah, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation operates in the same principles as the mafia, except the mafia at least has principles. They don't kill children. The security apparatus in Gaza is under the authority and leadership of the national president of the Infidels Motorcycle Club. These are individuals that brandish crusader tattoos on their bodies, 1059 or 1095 on their bodies for the first crusades when Pope Urban declared the first crusade. They see their presence there as a modern day crusade. They call it a pilgrimage. These are individuals who, fully armed with automatic weapons and machine guns and tear gas and stun grenades, go into Gaza to supposedly deliver food, who have a charter, who their existence is based on fighting jihad and eliminating all Muslims from the earth. That's their charter. That's why they exist as an organization. And when you look at the structure from the bottom to the top, you have the individuals in charge of the Infidels Motorcycle Club, which is a Islamophobic, hateful anti-Muslim organization that has hijacked the idea of Christianity into this Zionist Christianist view, which is not Christianity. But then the leader, the guy in charge of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, who is the guy that blessed off on the hiring of these individuals, is a Christian Zionist. Johnny Moore. I'll say his name. Johnny Moore, the director of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is a Christian Zionist. And he sees the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as an extension of this religious mission. Johnny Mulford, the guy in charge of the UG Solutions contract for security in Gaza, is the president of the Infidels Motorcycle Club. And every individual he hired to be in charge of every single site are chapter presidents or senior officers within the club of their respective states within the Infidels Motorcycle Club. And when you look at this for a whole, you realize that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation wasn't created to provide humanitarian aid. It was created so that the Israeli government can control it to implement genocide under the banner of the United States. That's what they're doing. In terms of pay, there's a reason that they pay these contractors so much money. Had I stayed just on my initial 90-day contract, I would have, come home with close to $350,000 just to keep my mouth shut and look the other way. But in the big picture,
thank you. Thank you for coming home, Anthony.
Money. There isn't enough money in the world. There isn't enough promise, power, or money there isn't enough of a material thing in the world to look the other way to what's happening unless you are evil.
Well, we're coming to a close of this session, and I want to ask both of you, given you're both very active in the media, you have both influenced great swaths of Americans with your humanity, again, your truth-telling, your factual knowledge, this kind of knowledge that Anthony has, that everyone needs to hear in this country. It's so important. And with your access to the media, Hani and Anthony, what is your call to action? To everyone in this room, to everyone online listening, to all those you speak to when you're on interviews, what is the call to action for all of us? What can we do right now to help end these atrocities?
Platitudes in the United Nations of acknowledging the existence of a Palestinian state, that's lip service. Palestine already has a right to exist. Calling for the existence of a Palestinian state is just already stating what we all know to be true. The world, and especially the United States, U.S. leadership, because Israel has said themselves they're going to go this because they have the United States behind them. Our leaders, Donald Trump, if you're a president of America first, show that. Because putting Israel first is not America first. Take action. Tomorrow, President Trump will be hosting Milikowski at the White House in the Oval Office. I will not call him by his Zionist stage name. He is Milikowski. When he has his meeting in the White House, our president can be the president that he said that he is and demand an end to this. The world needs to demand an end to this. If the world is held hostage by Israel and say we can't do anything because of X, Y, or Z, then we're the problem.
Very quick, I like people to really show up to vote. That's important. Do not say, hey, I take a stand. No, you're murdering more Palestinians by not showing. I don't care who you vote for. You could write your name. Because they look at the numbers, they say, hey, just group, Jewish Americans, 80% vote, 80%, they show up to vote. Catholics, 60%, Muslims at 30%. They're not going to really listen to us if we show up. So that's one. Two, run for public office. This is really important. And it doesn't have to be like, I wish I saw Congresswoman Rashida here. We need more of those folks here and around the country. It doesn't have to start with Congress. You could be sewage, director of roads or school or something like that. Two or three, really support political giving. Really be comfortable with making political contributions, support PACs, because that's one way where you could get the attention of people in power. And then the last one, I would say, spend your dollars where your values are. This is key, and we talked about that yesterday. Where really, you should support good actors. Look at your stock portfolio or options or whatever it is, and make sure your money is invested in good companies. And the last one, and you're welcome to disagree with me on this. I feel we need to reclaim the American flag as Palestinian allies, because we go to many rallies. They always protest us, the Israelis, who are robbing America blind. And they're like, hey, this is the American flag. In Australia, they have the Australian flag. The American flag means a lot of things to different people. I know American weapons killed my brothers. I know that. But I also want to bring new people to this cause. The person in Wyoming or Idaho who do not want kids in Gaza to starve should see us as like, hey, these people love America. Because the easiest thing to say, these people hate America, and khalas, it doesn't matter. I leave it there. Thank you, Mara.
Thank you. Thank you, Hani. Thank you. I'll just, in closing, I know our time's up with just 1 minute, and just to say that we live in a time when humanitarian aid itself is under attack. So my call to action is, this is where UNRWA and UNRWA USA need your support. Tell your loved ones, tell your friends, tell everyone you know the real work of our mission and the fact that 11,000 Palestinian staff members are still on the ground in Gaza, and that we need your support, especially in these dark and cynical attacks. We can transform this dark and ugly politicization of crucial work, and you can help us. So contact your elected officials, demand they support the UNRWA Funding Emergency Restoration Act of 2025. Do this while you support the Block the Bombs legislation. Call Gavin Newsom's office and demand he veto classroom censorship bill AB 715. Call your elected officials and continue to demand a ceasefire and an end to U.S. complicity in this genocide, and keep calling until Palestinians have freedom and self-determination like any other peoples on earth. If you don't get your representatives, speak to the young staffers. They are the future leaders. We cannot let apathy get in the way of our advocacy, and advocacy, frankly, is about being annoyingly persistent. So let's be annoying. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Habib.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to start our next session, please welcome Ben Becker, Editor-in-Chief of Breakthrough News.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. We're about to begin our next panel, Beyond Propaganda, a very important panel on independent media and the efforts to build an alternative apparatus that can challenge the mainstream media. On behalf of Breakthrough News, of course, we want to thank ADC and ArabCon again for inviting us back for a second year. We've been streaming every panel of this conference for the last 3-4 days. So we want to especially thank those who have been watching from home, and thank all of you for being here. Anyone who you want to send the video to and say you have to watch this speech, please go to our channel, youtube.com/Breakthrough News, where we'll be streaming today's panel, and we've been doing the last few days. I want to welcome to the stage two fearless journalists who I'm sure you know very well from Breakthrough, Rania Khalek and Eugene Puryear.
Hey. Thank you, thank you.
Yes,
Is
yes.
this working? Am I on?
You're on, I believe.
I can't hear myself. Am I on?
You're on.
Oh, I'm on.
Test.
Breakthrough News. Go to YouTube right now. Everyone take your phone out.
Yeah.
Go to YouTube. We'll put it on silent first of all. Then go to YouTube and look up Breakthrough News and press subscribe. Make sure you're subscribed to us. All social media at BT Newsroom.
So a little bit about Breakthrough News. We'll show you some of our work, and we want to talk to you about some of our perspectives. My name is Ben Becker. As I said, we started Breakthrough 5 years ago, and the reason we got into this work of media, we weren't actually starting as journalists. I started as an activist myself in the Palestine Solidarity movement, the anti-war movement, and any of you who here has been to a protest and been frustrated by the mainstream media coverage of that protest? Every single person. I remember in 2014 during the siege of Gaza then, we had a mass protest in Washington, D.C., where we were so mad at the mainstream media that we did a march to the mainstream media. We marched on the Washington Post headquarters to protest their lack of coverage, and they didn't even cover the protest at their front door. We brought 15,000 people. We had like mock caskets draped in flags. Cornel West was in the front with us. We had the celebrities, and they still wouldn't cover it.
Right.
And so after years of organizing protests without any competent media coverage, we decided as activists we have to start our own media. And this was the birth of Breakthrough News 5 years ago. So that's how I got into the media, and we've been building ever since. I don't know if Eugene and Rania, would you like to speak? Why are you in journalism?
Well, I don't come out of activism like these two do. I actually have a degree in something completely unrelated to journalism. I have a degree in exercise physiology.
Somewhat related.
Yeah, so I didn't learn journalism by training. I was a bit self-taught. In fact, someone who really taught me most of what I know is Ali Amunima of the Electronic Intifada, who I love. He was actually supposed to be here today, but he wasn't able to come. But I adore him so much, and he was a real mentor to me. But I got into journalism because it was the Obama-McCain election, which feels like it was a million years ago now. And I remember thinking to myself, oh my God, this guy's middle name is Hussein. Clearly he's not gonna bomb the Middle East, right? I was very wrong about that. But I was so obsessed with finding out what his positions were with regard to Palestine that I totally by accident stumbled upon independent media outlets like Democracy Now! And just went down a rabbit hole of, like Noam Chomsky and Vijay Prashad and Naomi Klein and on, all these people that I learned so much from. And then I was like, I have to do journalism. I can't look back now. And so independent media really changed the trajectory of my life. And that's why I'm privileged enough to get to work with these guys at Breakthrough News where, we don't have to answer to corporate sponsors. We can be honest about genocide. We can be honest about the racism and inequality in this country. And we get to tell the truth. And, I get to host a show. I host a show at Breakthrough News. Some of you might know it. If you don't, check it out. It's called Dispatches with Rania Khalek, where I get to do these long-form interviews with people, some of whom are like heroes of mine. I think one of them is here. You might have heard her talk yesterday, Lara Shihab, and many, many others. I've had Eugene on the show. I've had Ben on the show. And then we get to make documentaries. It's really cool what we get to do, especially in this moment when we're just up against this tsunami of insane propaganda. And so that's why I'm in journalism, because I want to be able to inform people about the horrors happening in this world, not just to make them feel outraged, but so that we can build a better world. And to that, I'll give it to Eugene. Why are you at Breakthrough News?
You know, they offered me a job. No, I mean, in all seriousness, I mean, I think it's similar to what Ben was saying in terms of why we created the outlet. I mean, I've done a lot of organizing for many, many different years, really starting in 2001, 2002, and I often had been a sacrificial lamb, if you will, going into various mainstream media outlets, and when they try to cover it or want to cover it. So you'd seen it not only from what wasn't covered, but also how poorly things were covered. I'll never forget once I went into CNN to do this hit, and it was supposed to be a 45-minute hit. It was about, you know, America's wars in West Asia's bombing, different things like that. We have this whole pre-meeting, you know, and they're just like, yeah, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we want to talk about this, we want to talk about that. Honestly, I can't even remember exactly what I said, but all I know is I get in there as a morning show, and they ask me whatever the first question was, like, why should the U.S. not be, you know, bombing and sanctioning and doing different things? And whatever my answer was, the second I was finished, the anchor goes, you know what, that was fantastic. We're going to have to cut to commercial, and we really appreciate that. And I was like, what happened to the 45 minutes? Because it was like 6 minutes. And the producer, I remember, comes over the mic, and she was like, you were awesome. That was so great. We will definitely have you back. Never heard from them again. So, you know, it's the understanding that, you know, you have to be able to tell your own stories. I mean, obviously, there's really nothing you can do about the existence of the mainstream media in that sense. It exists, it's out there, it's there, but it doesn't mean that it's the only option, it's the only possibility. You can create your own narratives, and that those narratives can work symbiotically. And I think I've always drawn from the history of Paul Robeson's Freedom newspaper, the Baltimore Afro-American, the Southern Patriot, all of these fantastic publications and journalists and people who were directly symbiotic with the movements for freedom and liberation in this country and made a huge contribution, and I thought we could do something similar at Breakthrough News, and so I was happy to get on the other side of the camera and put shoulder to the wheel in a critically important part of the struggle for justice and liberation.
You know, when you look at...
Thank you.
One of the byproducts of having this live stream genocide and the horrible mainstream coverage that it took so long to even use the word genocide, some of them still won't use the word genocide, no matter what all the international courts say, is that I think people's eyes have opened about the nature of the mainstream media in a way that's that we weren't even expecting. Yep. And so for our channel, for instance, we now have surpassed 1 million subscribers on YouTube, 2.2 million followers.
Thank you.
And it's with a fairly small budget, it's with a fairly small team, but it's simply people are seeking the truth. Our beats, like the things that we're focused on when we started, was the social justice movements in the United States and geopolitics. And so then when the genocide began and this huge movement of millions of people around the country took to the streets, we were very well positioned to film that movement, to show that movement for what it was, to show the humanity of the people who were taking the streets. And we were there at the very beginning of the Columbia student encampment, thinking it was going to be a one-day event. Thinking it was going to be a one-day event. We're going to make a little short social media 2-minute package. And instead, what we ended up producing was a full documentary. Some of you may have seen it, The Encampments. This is a film that we have been very lucky to work with Watermelon Pictures, who's distributed the film. And now you can find it on their Watermelon Plus and other streaming services. For those who haven't seen it, we wanted to show a short clip of it or trailer of it so that basically everyone at least has a little taste of it and can go watch it when you go home and go hopefully organize screenings, because we want to have many, many people see the film, and we're going into award season. We want the film to at least be in the conversation over the next 3 or 4 months. If we can play the trailer, please.
This is the trailer.
Yeah.
The Encampments, there we go.
You can watch it.
We're here to discuss the little Gazas that have risen up on campuses across America.
There is a movement to radicalize young people.
Can you believe they are chanting about the intifada in New York City?
I really believe they are brainwashed.
There was a very conserved effort by the media to portray things a certain way and refuse to discuss Gaza. Colombia is materially invested in the genocide of Gaza. We don't want our money to go towards Palestinian death.
I was born and raised in a Palestinian refugee camp. The university was cracking down on Palestinian activism on campus.
It's completely farcical to imply that in any way, like, Jewish people were being persecuted.
I have never felt more proud to be Jewish than when I was pushing our university to divest from genocide.
They would just criminalize anyone who would participate in a protest. That was the moment where students were like, we need to do something more.
The people they won't leave is what is threatening about divesting and wanting peace.
The university would say like, oh, you're overestimating your power. I remember like telling them there are 60 universities setting up encampments across the United States.
We got Yale holding it down right now online.
What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids?
In '68, the students at Columbia took over the campus, mainly in protest of the war in Vietnam. Columbia talks about how it was okay then, but not okay now.
Bravery is very contagious. We kind of watched Colombia in awe, and we knew we were next.
The only weapon they have is fear, and when we call them forth, they have nothing!
Every time I see like that documentary, I've seen the Encampments probably like 7 or 8 times, and it gives me chills, makes me cry, and makes me feel so empowered all at the same time. I'm like so proud to be at an outlet that created that. I really am.
Thank you, Rania. And we also definitely want to thank Macklemore, whose music you heard in the trailer and who came on as an executive producer of the film. He's been a huge help in the film reaching a new audience of people. So that's sort of a taste of what we've been able to cover here in the United States, but that's not all that we do, because obviously the real misinformation is about what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening in Lebanon, what's happening in Palestine, and correcting the narrative in that respect is super important. So we also wanted to show you a short trailer from a documentary we recently put out that Rania made about Lebanon, and then I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Can we play the second clip, please?
صارت ترن بطريقة كتير قوية.
صرت اسمع صوت الضيم تصفير كتير قوي.
كبسوا اوكي وفجرت فيه.
طاروا أصابيعي، عم بقول له لبيه مش حنشوف.
العظمة تبعت وشي كانت مبينة. باللحظة الأولى قلت خلص خسرته لحسان، وكانت إصابته كتير قوية. حسان أنا تشوه واحد.
The Israelis are the best.
I absolutely support that. In fact, if anything, I love it.
كانت البيجر بس ضيعها أنا رح أبرم عليها بين ألعاب النت.
A child who was killed by an exploding pager is not the victim of collateral damage.
كل ما قال لي دكتور عن عملية بقول له لا، طب أنا أول شيء بخاف.
Beep beep.
What's your response to that?
حري بهم أن يخجلوا من أنفسهم.
نحن أوقات بيخافوا يحاربوا وجه لوجه.
نحن لا نهزم، وإن جرحنا نستثمر بجراحنا حتى ننتصر. الضحك نحن حنضحك بالأخير. هذا وعد الله.
It's heavy stuff.
Yes, Rania. So why that film? That's obviously a subject that it got almost zero coverage or accurate coverage in the U.S. media. What made you want to cover it yourself?
I mean, that's a really great question. A few things. I mean, first of all, I am Lebanese. Thank you. And so I live in Beirut, so this issue is very near and dear to my heart. Because those are, all of us, Lebanese, Syrian, Palestinian, Middle Eastern, those are our people. And this was a disgusting attack. Everything Israel's done for the last 2 years has been heinous, disgusting, atrocious, all the words you can think of. But there was something about this pager attack that was just so horrific and scary because it was unprecedented to booby trap civilian devices this way. and to have so many children have their faces disfigured as a result of that, to have the media here in the US celebrate it as something sophisticated and precise and almost James Bond-like in nature that should be celebrated, to see the way the Israelis have since then turned it into a joke. They often will give speeches both in their country and here, joking that they are gonna hand out pagers to the enemy. We saw them give Trump a golden pager trophy. They think it's funny they did this to people. They have ruined so many lives. And this also, because they've booby-trapped devices, it's never, a terrorist attack like this, that's what it was a terrorist attack, has never been done this way. They set a new precedent that will certainly be used in future conflicts. And also, everyone, the way it was covered, thought, oh, it was just a fight between, Israel and Hezbollah. And so I wanted to show, no, this was actually an attack on average people, just regular people who weren't on a battlefield fighting. And so I wanted to show the reality of it. And that's what I did. If you haven't seen this documentary, I really encourage you to go check it out. It's really important to see what the people who were impacted are still dealing with. Surgery after surgery. And in the aftermath, the US basically pressured the Lebanese government, along with the Israelis, to stop allowing Iranian planes to land in Lebanon. And it made it more difficult for people to get medical care because, in Lebanon, we don't have a state, they don't care. And so actually Iran stepped up to give people free medical care who were injured by these pager attacks. That required people to go to Iran and Iraq for surgeries. And so it made it that much more difficult to do. But anyways, you can go learn all about that in this documentary. But yeah, I'm really glad I got to make it. And I really can't think of anywhere else I would have been able to have the resources to create documentation like this, except for a place like Breakthrough News. There's nothing in English like this about the pager attacks. And actually, honestly, even in Arabic, I got to collaborate with a really amazing filming studio, a production studio in Lebanon called Blue House Film, which I'm very, very happy I got to do that. But yeah, so definitely go watch it.
Thank you, Rania. Eugene, Rania ended her comment there talking about sort of the collaborations that are necessary in independent media, that we are up against a very, very powerful enemy with essentially limitless resources and multiple broadcast channels, each saying the same thing, but creating kind of a echo chamber where it feels like, independent, alternative voices, pro-Palestinian voices are silenced. And yet, it feels like we're at an inflection point, in part because now we have people power. We don't have the money power, but we have people power, and we have individuals supporting each other, boosting each other's content, sharing each other's content, interviewing each other, working with others. So do you feel, this has been the discussion for the last 3 or 4 days. I know Mehdi and Bassem were also asked about it, optimism versus pessimism. Is it right to say that we're at an inflection point for the media, that people are about to basically say, enough with the traditional media, I've lost all confidence, I've lost all trust, and now I'm going to turn towards alternative sources for their information?
Yes and no. I think that we are at an inflection point, certainly when we're talking about the issue of Palestine, and I think where we've come in the past 2 years, as insufficient in many ways as it's been, as the genocide continues to be ongoing, there's obviously been a sea change. And I think the thing about inflection points is inflection points are not like everything is about to change all at once and everything bad just goes away, right? Like when you look back in history, you could say that a year like 1964 was an inflection point in the civil rights movement, right? And that everything was starting to change, that you had the Civil Rights Act and you had all these other things. You also had one of the most significant increases in Ku Klux Klan terrorism that the country had ever seen. And dozens of people who were brutally murdered, maybe even more than that. We don't even know all of their names. But of course, in history, you don't think about it like that because the civil rights movement was relatively victorious and did go on to do so many great things that the work of the enemies to stop it has faded in the historical moment. And I do think that's the moment that we are in. And, we interviewed Craig Mokhiber relatively recently, and he had a great phrase. He said that there's $1 trillion curtain to hide the crimes of Israel from the world, but there's so many tears in that curtain. And please applaud, because you're a part of that. It's the alternative media, but it's also all of us, you know, as they used to say in the slave times, each one teach one. Everything you've done with your loved ones, your coworkers, your feeds, all of that have pulled those tears in. But on the same token, they're not just giving up. And so even though we can recognize that the tears have happened in the curtain, and certainly, you know, it's substantial where people are at. I mean, you've got, I think something, you know, polls are a snapshot in time. There's a lot of them. 68% of people in the country do not agree with the ongoing genocide in Gaza. You've got Israel's approval rating is now underwater, sort of for the first time ever since they've been doing the polls. Over 50% are opposed. So you can see these changes, but the people who make the propaganda, the people who made the curtain in the first place, are 100% aware of that. And they're doing everything possible to be able to push back. And you can even look at the context of what's happening in terms of the consolidation of the media landscape, you know, in both social media and mainstream media. People are certainly losing trust in mainstream media, but quite frankly, a lot of the content on social media is coming from mainstream media, you know what I mean? And so just because, you know, it's on social media doesn't mean someone isn't posting the New York Times. And so those names are significant. So Larry Ellison, for instance, who's probably about to become one of the co-founders of TikTok. He's one of the richest people on earth. $100 billion fortune. Yes. If you Google Larry Ellison Israel, some like pro-Israeli site has a list of the top 10 Zionist billionaires. He's number one. So he's going to be the co-owner of TikTok, so that's social media, and we know that TikTok is what they were blaming, as opposed to the actual genocidal actions for why young people were changing, because it was showing the truth.
Sorry, Nikki Haley actually said that every 30 seconds of watching TikTok makes you 17% more anti-Semitic. I don't even know where she got that number.
Right. So now they're handing it over to the number one guy, who I think once said his heart was in Israel. His son is also the CEO of Skydance Productions, was now on CBS, which, by the way, is about to turn over its news organization or editorial stuff to Bari Weiss from the Free Press, so you can see what's happening there. Elon Musk obviously controls X. You can see what's happening there. I mean, even you look at the Washington Post, you look at Facebook, and these people, Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, were known as like liberals, but you see they've now gone fully into the Trump camp. I mean, you know, Karen Attiah has gone from the Washington Post. Facebook is becoming, you know, significantly more censorious. So we are at an inflection point, but that's the thing about inflection points is you have to continue to push for things to fully go over the precipice to actually make full change. So I think we've come a long way. I think a lot of things are happening in a positive sense, but from the point of view of alternative media and independent media, we actually have to do significantly more. And we actually have to not only promote it more, we have to resources more, we have to institutionalize it more, because ultimately the fight back is now beginning from the alternative, the $1 trillion curtain sphere, because they see how much they've really lost.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing to think about how social media was being upheld as kind of the alternative to the traditional media, that it was going to be more free, more democratic. I think there were all these statistics that 5 companies own 90% of the traditional media, right? You've seen those sort of octopus kind of graphs where it's like a few companies that control everything. And social media was supposed to be this free space where anyone could distribute anything. And now we find the same sort of monopoly, hegemonic control, total consolidation of social media in the same way. And so that leaves us with a big problem, because that's how people are getting their news. So Rania, how are we dealing with this suppression question? How do we get over what...
Ooh, that's a tough one.
What you've called, I think in the office you're always like, the dictatorship of the algorithm. Yeah. We have to overthrow the dictatorship of the algorithm. So how do we do it?
Regime change. No, it's really tough, because we are up against a tsunami of propaganda from so many different angles, right? Like, you've got the mainstream apparatus, which literally just like pretends we don't exist. Like, it's like we have 1 million subscribers on YouTube. And that's a lot. That's for a leftist, anti-imperialist outlet. That's a lot of subscribers. The second we hit 1 million subscribers, our numbers took a nosedive on YouTube. Like, we are obviously being actively suppressed. Right-wing think tanks have written about us, calling us the arm of like all kinds of things: Iran, China, Hamas, name it. We've been called it.
Anything that sounds bad.
To try to make it sound like we're doing propaganda. Like, it's like, no, we're just telling the truth, but you want to call that propaganda, fine. But all that is written so that Meta and Google will then like suppress us, because our information is dangerous, right? I can't remember the last time I grew on Twitter. Like, personally, I know we're kind of like toggle, like we've reached seemingly a ceiling on Twitter. So yeah, it's not just a tsunami of propaganda from the mainstream. It's also these algorithms. We don't know what they are. on social media. They're all secret algorithms that are controlled by people who are imperialists, and they want to still control the narrative. But that's the thing about outlets like ours, is we still, no pun intended or pun intended, break through at times. But yeah, you're not going to ever see us on CNN. Have you gotten any invitations?
Not in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't been invited on CNN. I haven't seen Ben on CNN. The New York Times pretends we don't exist. So but I do think it's really important that we are building our own platform, because we're not going to be invited on CNN. And that's why we create our own space, and we just have to keep pushing back and breaking through. And also, people in the audience who need to be supporting outlets like Breakthrough News. That's so important, because we don't depend on Lockheed Martin. We literally are running on almost like, a small budget to build or to create the Encampments and to create a pager documentary and to speak to the reality. And it really is an uphill battle. But all that said, we are breaking through. I get invited on Piers Morgan. I don't know if that matters.
You destroyed him.
Yeah.
And I get to go on there and refuse to condemn armed resistance and, say all those kinds of things to a massive audience. I mean, the reason they're inviting me on is because Breakthrough News exists, and we're getting lots of views there, and they care about clicks, and other people are seeing us as a result. So yes, it's an uphill battle, but I think that independent media is contributing so much to the conversation right now, and people are so hungry. People know they are being lied to. And I think the genocide in Gaza has not just exposed Israel and Palestine and the region. It's exposed imperialism. People are looking at what's happening in Gaza and learning about what the U.S. does in Asia, learning about what the U.S. has done in the Middle East, going back even before the British mandate in Palestine, learning about what the U.S. does in Latin America, funding death squads and regime change wars. And, they complain about immigration into this country, but those people are coming to this country because you destroyed their countries, right? And so people are coming to outlets like Breakthrough News to get that history and to learn about the system. And you know what else they're learning? They're learning that they're in debt in this country. They're in debt for going to college, which is supposed to, give us a leg up to be more successful in life. But then we end up in our 30s and 40s still paying off college debt, still having, getting into medical debt because insurance in this country is so expensive. Medical care in this country is so expensive. They're cutting everything. They're cutting all these subsidies, food stamps, Medicaid, anything that can help people, destroying public housing. Meanwhile, where's all our money going? All our money is going to destroying the world to maintain this luxurious lifestyle for this tiny little ruling elite in this country that are a bunch of parasites. And so all that's to say, Gaza is teaching the world this. And so I think that's an important inflection point too. And at an independent media outlet like ours, that's the information you're going to get. And I think that's what makes us dangerous to the powers that be. That's why members of Congress come after us, because they don't want people coming to Breakthrough News and learning that 8 people in America have more average wealth than the bottom half of this country. That's insane. Yeah. 8 people have more average wealth than what's half of 350 million? 175 million people?
That's it. Yeah.
That's crazy. They don't want people to know that. So that's why we get suppressed. And you know what? The fact that we're getting suppressed means we're doing something right.
Yeah, Eugene, I wonder if you could help speak to this moment a little bit too. I mean, Rania mentioned some of the attacks from the government against us. And of course, it's not just us. They're going to go after all the outlets that speak the truth. There is a First Amendment, right, that's supposed to exist that allows us to speak out and publish. Trump is obviously going after that. It was not just Trump. Some of these attacks began under the Biden administration, as we know. But in my view, the way I study it at least, and I would like your thoughts on it, when you look, it's basically it's a real battle. It's not, you said uphill battle, you can use many different phrases. It's a real battle. And the US military considers the control of hearts and minds part of their military doctrine. This is not an accidental element of their warfare strategy. The information war that we're being put under is deliberate. They have the old conventional style of warfare. You have land, sea, and air. Those are the 3 dimensions of warfare. Then they added space, right? They have the Space Force because they want to get even higher than the air, right? That's the high ground. Then they added cyber.
Yeah.
Cyber Force, that's the 5th dimension of warfare. And then David Petraeus, when he comes back from Iraq, and where they basically lost in Iraq, he says, why did we lose in Iraq? He's the main commander, and he said, we basically lost because we couldn't win over the hearts and minds of the people. The mental dimension, the mental terrain is the 6th dimension of warfare. They actually have a strategic doctrine where they put this out in public, that there are 6 dimensions of warfare: air, land, sea, space, cyber, and your mind. Your mind is part of their military strategy. And it's obviously the reason why they can't defeat the Palestinian people, because they can't ever convince the Palestinian people to give up their land or give up their homeland. And so all the military tools in the world can't succeed when the people have decided that they're not going to concede. With that being said, it's a very ferocious war, a very ferocious battle that's being waged, because once you start to actually change people's minds, they want to shut you down. And when I look at what's been happening these last few weeks, Trump's statements, some of these right-wing influencers, what they're saying about Dearborn in particular, it's all to just try to silence the people, try to get us to stop talking. So how do we meet this moment, understanding it's a very, I understand why people are scared. Some of this language is I wouldn't say unprecedented, but we haven't seen it in a long time in this country.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a good point, and I mean, to connect 2 things, Alex Karp, who's the CEO of Palantir, which is, I don't even really know, evil personified, I guess, but a corporation that's very involved in the military-industrial complex, said about the encampments, the student encampments, when he was asked, he was talking about this information war, this issue, the battle of the minds, and I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but the paraphrase of the quote is, if we can't win this battle for the minds of the young people in higher education, we'll never be able to deploy Western militaries, not just the US, Western militaries to any other country ever again. And I think that's an important factor, and it's connecting to the point that Rania is making about what Gaza is really revealing to the whole world, but how important they understand that your mind really is. That, in order to really be able to impose these policies, you have to some level of consent, even if it's subconscious consent. And so I think you're right. We haven't seen this in a long time, but we have seen it before. And we're talking about inflection points. We're talking about changes. I mean, major warfare in the information domain to shut people up and to close down debate almost always emerges at times of great turmoil for the rich and powerful in the United States and around the world. I mean, they had the First Amendment, but like just after they wrote it in 1798, I'm going way back, I know, but John Adams had the Alien and Sedition Acts to basically say it was illegal to publish. And one of the people they arrested, they said, he's so dangerous because he's getting Irish people and black people together to talk about how to end slavery. So we better shut that down. We better close down that newspaper. And there were newspapers that were talking about the French Revolution and saying, some of that looks kind of good. And maybe we need some of that spirit in America. And they said, we got to shut that down. We got to shut down the newspapers. It's the same thing if you look after the First World War. I mean, when they started going after like the radicals, and you might have heard of it, the First Red Scare, the Little Red Scare, we often hear about, the Big Bill Haywoods, the Emma Goldmans, the organizers. But the other thing that most people don't know is one of the main targets was the press. And in fact, that was some of the most dangerous things. They said the Messenger in particular, which was a black radical publication, was the most dangerous publication in America because it was talking about how after the First World War, when they said the world is safe for democracy, well, that meant that should be an end to colonialism and Jim Crow. Better shut them up. That's how they go after it. You look at, I mentioned Paul Robeson's Freedom newspaper earlier, and McCarthyism, the same thing. And so this is tough, but it's commonplace. And part of why I'm giving all these answers is that they failed to shut people up in all these certain realities. Ultimately, the Alien and Sedition Act became a total debacle, and Adams and his entire political party were wiped out. Obviously, Joe McCarthy and J. Edgar Hoover's names are now, so low down in the dirt that even the people who love them would never say them. The people who love J. Edgar Hoover are like, I love Martin Luther King, even though obviously J. Edgar Hoover spent all his time, because the moral and the social power of the civil rights movement has made it, not really popular to associate yourself with any of these sorts of realities. So I think we have to remember, and we have to think about this history, and we have to contextualize the current moment that we're going in. Is yet again we are in a time of great turmoil for everyone. But we're in a time of, I think, great fear for the rich and the powerful in the world, whose whole system that backs genocide, that backs unbelievable income inequality, poverty, hunger. I mean, we're living in a world where no one should be poor or no one should be hungry. Like, we as human beings can easily solve all those problems, but we don't. Or not we don't, they don't. And in fact, they create the problems on purpose to maintain a stranglehold over society so they can get filthy rich while everyone else is struggling. And they see that more and more people do not want that. In every corner of the globe, people are saying, why don't we have more peace? Why don't we have more justice? Why don't we have more shared prosperity amongst all of us? And they know that in these times of great turmoil, right, when an earthquake happens, things start to shift. That things are really starting to shift, and so they better shut people up. And I think that we have to recognize that it's not a risk-free situation, and it's okay to be scared. It's okay to be worried. You probably should be a little scared and a little worried because it is serious. But at the end of the day, all of the people they tried to shut up are the people they remember. You know, when you think about the abolitionist movement against slavery, no one remembers, you know, who killed Elijah Lovejoy, who was a great abolitionist printer, who they killed him, they murdered him, they burned down his storehouse, and they threw his printing press into the river. No one knows who he is. But if you go to Illinois now, all where he is, there's big historical markers to him, and they teach about him in the schools. People remember Frederick Douglass, even though he was hunted with a price on his head. People remember William Lloyd Garrison, who was a printer who had a newspaper, who they said, you got to shut him up, who every slave owner in America was like, how do we stop this guy and kill him? No one remembers their names. No one remembers who they are, even though they committed great crimes, but people remember those who stood up and told truth to power, even when the risk was big.
Rania, I don't know if you saw Netanyahu the other day having his meeting with influencers.
Why you gotta trigger me like that? Why you gotta trigger me like that?
He who shall not be named had a meeting with influencers, and he was talking about the TikTok purchase and other things. What'd you think when you saw that?
So I see desperation. The Israelis have been very helpful in helping us show the world how horrible Zionism and imperialism are. They have. They've helped us expose them. They're exposing themselves in many ways for us. They rape and celebrate it. They behead babies and celebrate it. They disgustingly and sociopathically dress in the clothes of the peoples whose homes they destroy, especially women. I don't know what's going on there. It's a very sick society. It's like a horrible experiment, and just how fascist you can allow a society, indoctrinated society, to become. And they're proud of it. They're really proud of it. They brag about it on social media. And they brag about it in English sometimes too. But also it makes them look so bad that, you know, Eugene was mentioning some of those polling numbers before. Israel's hated more than ever before. I mean, for those, many of us in this room are Arab, right? And if we grew up in the US, I was born and raised in the US. And I grew up knowing Israel's atrocious nature as a settler colonial state. I grew up understanding that. I've been going to protests since before I could even walk, thanks to my mom and dad who instilled that value in me for a free Palestine. I grew up watching Lebanon be bombed by Israel. I grew up understanding the propagandistic nature of the media when it comes not just to Israel, but when it comes to foreign policy in general, because I understood Palestine. But a lot of people around me didn't get that, right? Because of this propaganda machine that makes Israel seem like this, like, you know, like part of Western civilization at the forefront of protecting us from the evil hordes of like Arabs and Muslims in the Middle East or whatever. And so it was always very difficult growing up in that environment. And to see how things were before around this issue to post 2023, it's like night and day. People hate Israel because Israel has shown who, you know, what and who it is. And people, again, are questioning U.S. government policy and the nature of the U.S. government because it supports this genocide. The same thing, something similar is happening in Europe, maybe everywhere except for Germany, because I don't know what's wrong with Germany. That's like a different problem. It requires a different panel.
1 million people did protest yesterday in Germany, though,
for
Gaza, and filled the streets in front of the Brandenburg
good for
Gate.
them, good for them.
Maybe it was not 1 million, but it was a lot.
Okay, well, I'm just going to go with 1 million. That makes me feel good.
Yeah.
But all that's to say, to go back to your question about when I see someone like Netanyahu talking about the need to like control things like TikTok. When I see Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL talking about the need to control TikTok so we can get like anti-Israel content off of it, I see desperation. These people are desperate to put lipstick on a pig. They're desperate to make genocide seem not like genocide, but it's too late. You cannot undo what people have seen for the last 2 years. You know, social media feeds being filled with amputated babies. You can't undo that. It's too late. Israel's too far gone. And I think it's an important point to understand, because I think a lot of us are getting stuck in defeatism right now, right? It feels like the Israelis are winning. Even in Lebanon, people always say, they joke, we're living in greater Israel now. Because, you know, Israel has been able to weaken the resistance across the region for the last 2 years in a pretty significant way. People have fought back as best they could, but Israel just has, you know, superior technology, superior weapons, the backing of the most powerful countries in the world. That said, they have lost the world. You saw Netanyahu speak at the UN. The room walked out. The room walked out. There was like 8 people left in that room. That says something. The world is against Israel in a way it never, ever has been. That is huge. And it's horrible that it took a genocide in Gaza and increasingly in the West Bank to make that happen. But those sacrifices will not be in vain, because there's no going back to how it was before. So I'll go back to what you asked. This is desperation. The thing about desperation is they're going to get more vicious, to what Eugene was talking about. This is why we're being attacked the way we are right now. This is why they're coming after our media outlets, our nonprofits. They're coming after Dearborn. I mean, the insane things that I've been seeing on social media, this coordinated right-wing MAGA attack on Dearborn is meant to scare you into shutting up. So we can't let them scare us into shutting up. We have to be smart. We have to be smart about how we speak, for sure, but we don't stop speaking. We don't let fear paralyze us in moments like this, because there's more of us based on public opinion. I don't just mean us Arabs. I don't just mean us leftists. There are more of us who actually have souls and are still human on the inside. There are more of us than there are of this parasitic ruling class. We have the numbers. So we don't let them stop us, because the difference between like a moment like now and let's say after 9/11 or even McCarthyism is that the population is not on board with destroying the First Amendment. The population is not on board with supporting genocide. It's quite the opposite. So yes, I see desperation. And I see people who feel like, yeah, now they feel powerful and emboldened, but they see the writing on the wall and they know that the end is near for their settler colonial project.
Eugene, you see it the same way?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to deny. I mean, the thing about history that I think is notable is anything good that happens right before it happened, nobody thought it was about to happen. I mean, you never know exactly where you are in the historical process. And I think that's the thing, is that we're always judging by the only thing we can judge, right, is sort of the experiences and the information that we have around us. But we don't have all the information, and we don't have all the experiences, and we don't have all the knowledge. So I think that desperation is absolutely what's happening. And they wouldn't care so much. I mean, this is the point you're making, Rania. They wouldn't care so much if they didn't have some level of fear that their narrative slipping is more than just their narrative slipping, but that it's the precursor or the pretext that has to exist for there to be mass action, for there to be transformative change. And they know that it's possible, and they want to stop it before it's too late. And I think that's what we always have to remember, is that we actually have no idea where we are in the historical process. And so much of getting people to wear down and to stop is because of that fact. And it's like, if we can just get them to think that they're not doing well, that they're not actually defeating us, and that people just say, I'm going to go home and shut up and not say anything, then we will definitely win, right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So we have to remember that we have to always keep pushing forward no matter what. One of my favorite quotes of all time, it comes from the Montgomery bus boycott. And people know the story generally, the Montgomery bus boycott. And towards the end, they're like a year in, everybody's walking at this point, because like they've actually legally, they outlawed carpooling, they outlawed everything. So just everyone has to walk, and no one is still riding the buses. And again, this is like just before they win. And it seems like the bus boycott is actually about to totally collapse, and that this movement that had seemed so powerful, that was getting headlines around the world, that was challenging Jim Crow, that it just wasn't going to work because walking 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sometimes 10 miles back and forth every day to work, you know, is not it. Like, that's not easy. And people didn't know what to do. And it felt like everything they'd done is turned around. So anyway, long story short, they're having these mass meetings basically every night in Montgomery to try to keep people's spirits high, and they're pretty low. And at one of the ones towards the end, an elder from the community, a woman named Mother Pollard, I think she was in like her 90s, maybe her 80s. She was walking every day to work. She was still working as a domestic. And as it was sort of, no one knew where the room was going to go and where things going to start to collapse, she walked to the front of the room and she took the rostrum and she said, "My feet are tired, but my soul is rested." And the whole thing erupted in cheers, and they kept walking, and like 2 weeks later, they won the Montgomery bus boycott. But no one knew, you know, they were about to give up. They were about to give up. And I think that's the truth about so many different movements and change that has happened, not just in the United States, but around the world, is like just when it feels like, wow, can we go on any longer? That's when you have to keep going no matter what, because that's when you're getting closest. The saying that they say, it's always darkest before the dawn, is 100% true. And I think that's the moment that we're in right now, but we have to remember that so that we don't allow ourselves to be ground down and stopped prematurely when we're definitely making a big impact, and they know it, they're scared, that's why they want to shut it up.
Yeah.
Well, I think you all see the privilege of what it is to work with Eugene every day, where he just drops historical knowledge to correspond with it every moment you're in. And, you know, it actually connects to my next question, which is really about media and education. That I feel that, you know, as much as we've had a big impact on social media, and by nature, its format also makes it very challenging to have sort of deeper educational interventions sometimes. And I want to just be frank, I feel like this is a weakness we have as a movement, because we can't just say all the strengths that we have, that we're growing, we have lots of great influencers and so forth, but there's a weakness in kind of the influencer culture. There's a weakness in it, and that is that someone who's doing great work can get shut down in a moment, and all the work they've accumulated over 2 or 3 years, some of them are here in the room, I know, can just be taken offline. And to have an alternative media that's focused around individuals, it might make it actually easier for them to stamp it out. Of course, you know, they hire someone who runs Meta now, and that's basically her full-time job, is like stamping out influencers who have an impact. So how do we navigate this, and how do we make sort of deeper educational impact with our media? It feels like most of the media we consume is like, mainstream media at least, like to make you dumber.
Yeah.
Like to have no sense of history, to always be stuck in the present. So, you know, you see the deportations happening and you think, oh, like there's nothing we can do. But then you learn about the whole history of people who fought against deportations, and then you feel like, oh, they fought, we can fight. But when you turn on CNN, you're not gonna get a sense of history like what Eugene just gave. You know, you're gonna get very quick sort of talking points and little sound bites that they're not gonna nourish your soul to stay in the struggle. And social media feeds off conflict.
Yeah.
And when you go on social media, we find on even our own pages, the pro-Palestinian pages, they're just like little fights. And this can like drag you down. And you have little sort of atomized, this person talks on this issue, this person talks on that issue. And so you have sort of issue-based separation. We have a lot of atomization, a lot of sort of we're fighting this great behemoth, but we're kind of fighting it as individuals. So when we're out in the streets, we're protesting all together. I think we all feel the collective, but then we go back to on our phones and we feel like individuals. So I just want to name that as a problem. It's kind of a tension. So how as independent media are we forming organization? How are we keeping the spirit of collectivity, that we're all in this together? How are we collaborating? How are we educating at a deeper level? How are we actually getting people to put down their phones and to come into spaces like this?
I mean, those are a lot of challenges, and I mean, if we had the answers, we wouldn't be talking about having the challenges. But I do think that with regard to like the sort of atomization or the, you know, bickering between different segments of our movement, you know, it's like our enemies are united, are very united. So we have to be united, especially in moments of tension like this when we're all under attack. And to the issue of like personalities, I mean, I think that's a really big issue because on the one hand, it's good to have big personalities because people like big personalities, right? They feel represented by them.
You're a big personality. I feel represented by you.
Thank you, thank you. And I'm glad I can play that role, but also like, you know, sometimes people are like, well, why don't you do like, you know, people used to ask me, why don't you do your own thing? Like just like have your own YouTube page. I'm like, why would I do that? Like, I want to actually be a part of institution building. Yeah, I mean, I could have, you know, the Rania Khalek show on Rania Khalek's YouTube page where it's all about, you know, Rania talking. But what happens if like, you know, Rania gets sick? Or if like, you know, I don't know, Rania gets taken off YouTube? Or, you know, God, one day we all die. Like, and I'm not trying to talk about myself in the third person. I'm just saying, like, right? Like that's, you know, like it's kind of like with the Bernie Sanders moment. Like it's great to have that cult of personality, but then Bernie Sanders goes away and suddenly the movement's gone, right? And I think that media works in a similar way. It's nice to have Eugene and Rania. It's also nice to have breakthrough news because even if like I go away or Eugene goes away or something happens and we can't be there or, you know, we have other shows, we have other people, we have so much talent and so much knowledge that it still exists even if I have to step away or Eugene steps away. And so I think that what we're doing is actually a part of pushing back against that influencer cult of personality, where yeah, you use it to your advantage because people like a loud voice. I know I'm loud, but like at the same time, breakthrough news is loud. And it outlives us all, I hope. I hope, you know, that's the dream, right? Is like one day when we're all gone, breakthrough news is still, you know, chugging along and more powerful than ever, telling the truth. So, I mean, yeah, I think that what we're doing is really like pushing back as an institution, and not to make it all about breakthrough news, but I'm gonna make it all about breakthrough news. That is why, if you are in this room and you already watch breakthrough news and you're a fan, and you're not a member, go to patreon.com/breakthrough news and become a member, or talk to us about giving us way more if you're somebody with deep pockets. And if you're just learning about breakthrough news, go check it out. Go watch our content. We've got so many shows. Me and Eugene host a live stream every Thursday called the Freedom Side Live. We banter a lot. It's really fun. We've got a great rapport. He's a very good friend of mine for years and years and years, and that comes across. I learned so much from him. I don't know if he learns from me, but you know, I talk a lot, so let's hope.
Don't worry.
And also, I have my show, Dispatches with Rania Khalek. We've got the Socialist Program hosted by Brian Becker. We've got the China Report, which is a super interesting show based on all things China. And, you know, on and on and on. Go check it out. And if you like it, support us. We are doing really important work. I'm so proud and privileged to be a part of this institution where I get to work with my friends, my comrades, and most importantly, hopefully inform people about the horrible world that we live in and how we can make it better.
Thank you.
Same question.
Yeah, want to wrap up?
You know, well said. Ditto. I'm with all of that. Yeah, I mean, you know, the thing is we sometimes say, we used to say all the time that we consider ourselves the media arm of the movement. Like, we don't view ourselves as separate from movements for justice and liberation, but a part of it. And you can't suppress something that lives in people's hearts. Like, that's just the reality. And as I've already explicated here, there's so many different everything good. You know, their information streams, people tried to suppress them. But well, I don't know. You now said the thing, so I don't want to give another historical story, but I guess I will. You know, Marcus Garvey, when he had his movement around the world, they had a newspaper called the Negro World. It was huge. It was like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people reading it every week all around the world. And they would ban it to come into the British colonies. They would go out of their way to ban it because they were afraid that people in Africa and these British colonies, and the French ones too, by the way, would read it and they would rise up. But all of the seamen, the sailors, the black sailors would find a way to smuggle it into the ports in these places. And Jomo Kenyatta, who later became the founding father of Kenya, has a great story about how he would hear about what was happening in the Negro world, because the sailors would smuggle it in, they would give it to longshoremen, who would then take it to meetings in Mombasa, that's the big port in Kenya. They would read it out to people who were the porters, who were coming from the interior, bringing all the tea and stuff that the British were robbing Kenya of. They would read it to them because a lot of them couldn't read. They would run it down, and then the porters would go back to their village, and they would then have a meeting that night of people and say, this is what was in the Negro world this week. And then each village would send a runner to the next village over over and say, this is what was in the Negro world this week.
So in other words, we don't have to worry about social media censorship.
You're just going to run from village to village and tell the story. But the point being is because it wasn't just a newspaper. To them, this was the knowledge they needed to free their mind, to free themselves from British colonialism. So it didn't matter how hard they tried to suppress it. They would do whatever it took to get it into the smallest corner in just 3 days of, and this is Kenya in like 1922, like to get into the smallest corner of the thing because it lived in their hearts. So we can defeat all of this, but we have to not be separate. We have to not be individuals. We have to be institutions that are part of movements that live in our hearts, so that whatever obstacles they are, the ones we can't even dream of yet that they're going to put in front of us, we will find a way to overcome together and collectively, because it's not on the internet, it's in our minds, it's in our hearts, it's in real life, it's in our collectivity.
So thank you again to our panelists. Thank you to ArabCon. ADC, we know, is one of those institutions that's just prevailed year after year, 45 years.
Big applause for ADC.
And can I just say, ADC, we saw some of what we were talking about last night at the gala, the signs, Arab Americans against apartheid. ADC has always been at the forefront of bringing a strong front between the African American community, the Arab American community in this country, to stand up for civil rights, to stand up for civil liberties. We have to continue that in the 21st century because they're targeting both of us as one and the same, and we can continue to push back. So I just wanted to say that as well. Thank you to ADC.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And thanks to our moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Please make sure that you remain in your seats because we have an amazing speaker for you next. Mosab Abu Toha is a Palestinian poet, short story writer, and Pulitzer Prize-winning essayist from Gaza. Yes, he certainly deserves a round of applause. His first collection of poetry, Things You May Find Hidden in My Ear, was a finalist for the National Book Critics Circle Award for Poetry and won the Palestine Book Award, the American Book Award, and the Walcott Poetry Prize. His second collection, Forest of Noise, was longlisted for the Dylan Thomas Prize. Abu Toha is also the founder of the Edward Said Library in Gaza, which he hopes to rebuild, and he recently won an Overseas Press Club Award for his letter from Gaza, columns for the New Yorker. Please welcome our friend, Mosab Abu Toha.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, everyone. Before I start reading, I have prepared a video and all the footage and the video, photos and the videos in this were taken by me when I was in Gaza. I was born in Gaza, as many of you know. I lived in Gaza all my time, all my life, except when I had to leave in 2023. So I'll start by showing the video, not the slides yet. Yeah, let's take it from here.
من بين العرب عبدي للجرة وبعطش بالصحراء بعطش بالصحراء والبلاد بعيدي بعطش بالصحراء عبدي لي البريق عبدي.
ايش هذا بعمر؟ انتوا اللي عاملينها خط مين هذا؟ ايش هذا؟ خط مين هذا حلو خطك؟ استنى
إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله
حلاقي قال له الزيتون حلاقي انا.
كتبك الانجليزي يا مصعب هي ام بترمي فيها. في كتاب للجاحظ شفت هذا تحت وين هذا كان والله اشر لي عليه كمان هان كمان طلع تحتيه ايوه هان في كتاب كمان واحد هاي تاعت الستة الكرشون دار النشر تاعت مصعب.
هذه شنطة
دار النشر لا شنطة دار النشر تاعت مصعب.
تعال
يا عم مسافة هيو بدي اروح خد على الدار عايش الولد عايش في هان خطة يا عم الخطة جوا هان يا عم تعبان وين يجي يا عم تعالوا هلا شباب انا بقول خشوا تحت السقف بلاش تصير شظايا
والله احنا غاطسين بين المباني
كثير يلا
اذكروا الله وخلص يا جماعه
احنا مبدئيا يعني نقعد هلا احتياط
ولا تجي شيء من فوق
طلبات عمرهاش صارت زي هيك علينا الله اعلم قصة المجاز هذا طيران طبعا هاي المدفع هذه مفهومة صار شقتين صار الخبط
Okay, thank you everyone. We have one more thing to share, which are the family trees that I worked on. Can you share that? Okay, next slide. So these are some of the few families which Israel killed over the past 723 days. This is one of the families, my father's cousin, who was killed with his wife and their children and the wives of their children and the grandchildren. That was October 13, 2023. Next, please. This is one of the largest families that were killed in Gaza. This is Juha family, December 6th, 2023. 91 people were killed from the same family, but this is only one of them because it was 3 grandparents who were siblings. This is one of them, Ata Saleh Juha. He was killed with his 5 sons along with four wives of his sons, and the grandchildren of Ata Juha, and sometimes the great-grandchildren of this man. I talked on the phone a few days ago with the husband of Lina. As you can see on the right of the screen, there is Lina, third from the bottom. Her husband survived. His name is Anas. So his wife was killed, Lina, along with their two children, Kriman and Faiz. He told me the story, how he survived. He was out trying to find some food for his children and for his wife. They live in Gaza City, and on the way to the shop, far from the house, someone told him there was an airstrike in the neighborhood. And that's when he ran back to the house, only to find the multi-floor house leveled to the ground. So this is one thing he told me. The other thing he told me is that they managed to bury only half of the people who were killed. The others still remain under the rubble since December 6th, 2023, including his wife, Lina, and their two children. Next, please. This is the other brother from the Juha family, Nuzhat. Nuzhat was not killed because he died before the genocide, but two of his children, Mu'in and Muhammad, were killed with their wives and their children, as I show here. One of the children here, as I note, was 8 months pregnant. Next, please. The third brother was Salah Salih Juha. And as you can see, he's 86 years old. The first grandfather was 89 years old, a Nakba survivor from 1948. So, as I say here, one of his children was killed, who is Rania, 59 years old. The other two children were not killed, but their children and the grandchildren were killed, as I show in the family tree. Next. This is a smaller family at Daur, but I included it because it is just recent. The family of Ad-Daur, the father is Atiyah, his wife is Asma, their children Mu'taz, Mu'ad, and Maria, 4, 7, 9 years old. And I note here the details where they were killed, the time, 5:56 a.m. They were sleeping. This is what Israel does most of the time: target people in their tents, especially when they are sleeping. So they make sure they will never wake up again. Next. This is another family. And also, this is June 6th, so about 2 months ago or 3 months ago. This is Khadr family from Jabalia. I know some of the relatives. I don't know these people in person, but I know some of the relatives, and this is how I made the family tree. I had to talk to someone there to see whose son is this, whose wife is this. And I also managed to include the profession of most of them. So you see here, Muhammad Abdul Razak Khadr. His wife was Aida, she was a doctor. His cousin Ramzi Ismail Khadr, he was an engineer. His wife was Ahlam, she was a teacher, and etc. So the only survivor was the husband of number 5, Ilham. Ilham was killed. Ilham Shahda Khadr was killed. She was a teacher. She was killed with her children, Shadi, Rima, Rasha, Amir, Haneen, and Muhammad. The only survivor was the father. Why? Because he was outside trying to find a means of transportation for the family to evacuate. Next. This is another smaller family, also August 22nd. Omar Harun was killed with his wife Linda, along with their children Abir, Hamza, and Yusuf. They were killed in Gaza City and a Tufah neighborhood. I think the last one is something I did today. Next, please. Yeah, this is from my family, a second cousin of mine, Muhammad Ayman Abu Toha, 32, my age. He was born in the refugee camp where I was born. He was killed with his wife Shuruq, 27 years old, along with their 4 children. One child only survived, but the other 4 children were killed: Ghada, Layth, Habiba, Yusuf. And if you follow my posts, I posted about a second cousin who was killed while trying to get aid from the Zakim aid crossing. Ali Ali Ayman Abu Toha. Ali, who was killed 2 months ago while trying to get aid for his wife and kids, and was killed there. He's the brother of Muhammad. So this is the second cousin I lose, but this time this second cousin was killed with his wife and their 4 children. Only 1 child survived. He's in. He was wounded, critically wounded, and I don't have any information about his status right now. So this is just to show you the stories that we are witnessing, the stories that we are watching, the stories that we are carrying on our shoulders as people who come from Gaza, like Hani, who lost about 200 family members. Almadhoun is one of the biggest families in Gaza, so that's why Hani lost so many of his family members, including 2 brothers and some nephews. So yeah, this is one part of the genocide, the fact that Israel is slaughtering and erasing entire families. If you can just go back a little bit to the Juha family. More, 2 more. 1, okay, this one. So I put a red asterisk on Ashraf because Ashraf's family, the entire family was killed. The children, I mean the father, Ashraf, Safa, his children, and I put their names. Ata, Saleh, Amina, Rasha, Muhammad, Fatma, who was pregnant, 8 months pregnant, and Hana. So the entire family was killed. Yani the father, the mother, and the children. So no one survived. In the case of Zaki, as you can see here, I put SS. And SS indicates, as you can see up there in the key, spouse survived. So only the wife or the husband was killed while the other spouse was killed, survived. So the part of the genocide that I don't see a lot of attention paid to is that Israel has been erasing entire families. What is this one? Oh, okay, thank you. Not sure if I will need it. So that was for the first part of the presentation. All the videos that I showed with you, that I shared with you, the photos. I have audio recordings from my time in Gaza, sometimes 7 hours long of airstrikes. Sometimes when a few weeks ago, I returned, to the audios that I took, and I started listening to them. And I was shocked because in the recordings, I heard new sounds of explosions that I've never heard during the morning, during the day. So they were using some kind of weapons that we could not hear during the day. So there are lots of videos and photos and audio recordings and family trees that we all need to amplify and share with the entire world. Another fact is that Israel, since October 7th, killed over 1,000 Nakba survivors. Because we always hear about the Holocaust survivors who were killed or who were kidnapped from Israel, but we never hear anyone speaking about the Nakba survivors. Over 1,000. 1,000 people. I mean, you look at the names, the list of names, and some people who were killed in the past 722 days were born in the 1930s. Very, very old people who were killed in airstrikes along with their children. Like I showed you, Ata Saleh Juha, 89 years old. He's older than Israel, older than the occupation. And he was killed with his children, the wives of his children, his grandchildren, the wives of his grandchildren, the great-grandchildren, some of them pregnant mothers. So that's, so I was planning to, prepare you for the videos to say, for your information, there is some graphic content here and there. But I thought that why should I prepare people for something that we have been living for 722 days? Sorry? Yes, this is why we should keep the stories alive. We should share the videos. Any videos that we post on Instagram, on Facebook, on Telegram, every one of you should save these things because this is for the next generations. Because never again we want to see what's happening. Because this is the purpose of documenting. It's not only documenting to show the world what is happening, but also to show the next generations that this is what the civilized world has been supporting and witnessing without doing anything other than condemnations. I will read from my first poetry collection, Things You May Find Hidden in My Ear. And we are sorry that we don't have copies. We're trying to get some copies here, but there were some problems. But I hope that you will get a copy of yours from Things You May Find Hidden in My Ear, which was published in 2022. And for someone who picks up the book to read, they would never be able to distinguish whether these poems were written during the genocide or before, because we have been living a genocide for years and years and years. The first poem is about a family. I didn't do a tree for them because they were killed in 2021. A Tanani family, a father, a mother, and their 4 children. The oldest was 10 years old. They were killed in May 2021 during Israel's terrorist attacks on Gazans. Shrapnel looking for laughter. The house has been bombed. Everyone is dead. The kids, the parents, the toys, the actors on TV, characters in novels, personas in poetry collections, the I, the he, and the she. No pronouns is left, not even for kids when they learn part of a speech next year. Shrapnel flies in the dark, looks for the family's peals of laughter hiding behind piles of disfigured walls and bleeding picture frames. The radio no longer speaks. Its batteries have burnt. The antenna is broken. Even the broadcaster felt the pain when the radio was hit. Even we, hearing the bomb as it fell, threw ourselves to the ground, each of us counting the others around them. We were safe, but our hearts still ache. And whenever I return to this poem, I pay attention to the we were safe, because we, at the time in May 2021, is not the same we nowadays, because so many parts of the we is missing, is buried under the rubble. I have some relatives of mine who were killed over the past 2 years. They were killed literally. And their bodies remain under the rubble until today. One of them was my great aunt, Fatima Dibis, who was killed with some of her daughters and some of her grandchildren. In October 2024, I was in South Africa. And the devastating thing is that before they were killed, I posted on my social media that in that house, not only my great aunt was living there, but also my aunt, Asma, who's now living in Gaza with her children. She was in the same house. And I posted that my aunt's house is besieged by the Israeli tanks. That was October 2024. Please help them. Please evacuate them. Please, please, please. And then 20 hours later, Israel bombed the house. And as I said, my great aunt, Fatima Dibis, some of her children, and some of her grandchildren, including a first cousin of mine, Sama Dibis, 7 years old. More than half of the family, because only 4 or 5 were buried. The rest are still buried under the rubble of that house in Jabalia. And now with Israel's escalating genocidal campaign, these houses, which were already bombed, are being bombed again and again and again and being moved along with the corpses that remained under the rubble. This is what we are dealing with as Palestinians. A litany for one land after Audre Lorde. For those living on the other side, we can see you. We can see the rain when it pours on our fields, on our valleys, and when it slides down the roofs of your modern houses, built atop our homes. Can you take off your sunglasses and look at us here, see how the rain has flooded our streets, how the children's umbrellas have been pierced by a prickly downpour on their way to school? The trees, you see, have been watered with our tears. They bear no fruit. The red roses take their color from our blood. They smell of death. The river that separates us from you is just a mirage you created when you expelled us. It is one land. For those who are standing on the other side, shooting at us, spitting on us, how long can you stand there fenced by hate? Are you going to keep your black glasses on until you are unable to put them down? By the way, this is before the genocide, and now it's happening. Soon, we won't be here for you to watch. It won't matter if you blink your eyes or not, if you can stand or not. You want to cross that river to take more lands because you will vanish into your mirage. You can't build a new colony on our graves. And when we die, our bones will continue to grow, to reach and intertwine with the roots of the olive and orange trees, to bathe in the sweet Yafa Sea. One day, we will be born again when you are not there, because this land knows us. She is our mother. When we die, we're just resting in her womb until the darkness is cleared. For those who are not here anymore, we have been here forever. We have been speaking, but you never cared to listen. It is very haunting for me to read the poems that I wrote, whether after the genocide or before, because many of the things that I wrote about, out of fear, out of trauma, happened, or happened again and again. And some of the things that I wrote about, I thought that they were very bad things, but they were the best compared to now. And you will see this in letter C when I read this poem. Palestine, AZ. A. An apple that fell from the table on a dark evening when man-made lightning flashed through the kitchen, the streets, and the sky, rattling the cupboards and breaking the dishes. Am is the linking verb that follows I in the present tense, when I'm no longer present, when I am shattered. B. A book that doesn't mention my language or my country and has maps of every place except for my birthplace, as if I were an illegitimate child on Mother Earth. Borders are those invented lines drawn with ash on maps and sewn into the ground by bullets. C. Gaza is a city where tourists gather to take photos next to destroyed buildings or graveyards. A country that exists only in my mind. Its flag has no room to fly freely, but there is a space on the coffins of my countrymen. There are nowadays no flags, no cemeteries, no shrouds, nothing to put on the coffins of my countrymen, some of whom went missing forever, some of whom are still buried under the rubble of their houses. Some of them were buried. This is real for many people. Some of them were killed and buried by strangers because there was no one there to bury them. So they buried them in a street, in a cemetery somewhere, and their families, the families of those who were buried, killed and buried, they don't know where their loved ones were buried. This is very tragic for us as Palestinians. D. Dar means house. My grandparents left their house behind in 1948 near Yafa Beach. A tree my father told me about stood in the front yard. Dreams of children and their parents of listening to songs or watching plays at Al-Mishal Cultural Center in Gaza. Israel destroyed it in August 2018. I hate August, but plays are still performed in Gaza. Gaza is the stage. And what a stage right now. So this is from things you may find here in my ear. This is Forest of Noise, and half of the poems in the book were written before the genocide. The other half was written either while I was in Gaza or in Egypt for 6 months after I left, or in this country. So, one of the poems that I'm going to read includes someone about whom I wrote, and he's not with us anymore. I will let you know. So I just wanted to let you know that many of the places that I wrote about in this book, or in my essays, whatever, many of the places that I wrote about are gone. Some of the people I wrote about are gone. But the poem remains, and it is an archive. Unfortunately, the only thing that I can access. I can access the poems, I can access the poem as the land, and also as the people who live on that land. My dreams as a child. I still have dreams about a room filled with toys my mother always promised we could have if we were rich. I still have dreams about seeing the refugee camp from a window on a plane. I still have dreams about seeing the animals I learned about in 3rd grade: elephant, giraffe, kangaroo, and wolf. I still have dreams about running for miles and miles with no border blocking my feet, with no unexploded bombs scaring me off. I still have dreams about my favorite team playing soccer on the beach, me waiting for the ball to come my way and run away with it. I dream still about my grandfather, Hassan. How much I want to pick oranges with him in Jaffa. But my grandfather died. Jaffa is occupied, and oranges no longer grow in his weeping groves. Also in this poem, I revisit the poems every time and look at some of my dreams, which could not be realized. But now with this genocide, they are farther and farther from being realized. I said I still have dreams about seeing the refugee camp from a window on a plane. Now there is no refugee camp. Israel destroyed and erased 2 refugee camps in Gaza out of the 8. And they are in the process of, today I read the news that Israel is blowing up houses in a Shati camp where I was born. So even this dream, seeing the refugee camp from a window on a plane, is getting more and more impossible to realize. No art. The art of losing isn't hard to master. Elizabeth Bishop. You know everything, this is before the genocide. You know everything will come to an end. The sugar, the tea, the dried sage, the water. Just go to the market and restock. Even your shadow will abandon you when there is no light. So just keep things that require only you. The book of poems that only you can decipher. The blank map of a country whose cities and villages only you can recognize. I've personally lost 3 friends to war, a city to darkness, and a language to fear. This was not easy to survive, but survival proved necessary to master. But of all things, losing the only photo of my grandfather under the rubble of our house was a real disaster. We are looking for Palestine. This was before the genocide. The sun rises and moves around. It sets to visit other places, and we are looking for Palestine. The birds wake up and look for food. They chirp on the blossoming trees laden with fruit, with peaches, apples, apricots, and oranges, and we are looking for Palestine. The sea waves lap against the shore. They glitter and dance with the fishers' boats, and we are looking for Palestine. People travel to relatives and friends. They book round-trip tickets, stuff their suitcases with gifts and books and clothes, and we are looking for Palestine. Sir, we have no airports and seaports, no trains or highways. We have no passable roads. Sir, we do have crutches and wheelchairs. Young men with 1 or no legs, no longer able to work as if there was work. We travel to the West Bank or Egypt for surgery, even to set a broken leg. But we need a permit. Many people who were critically wounded are unable to leave just to receive treatment. It's been for a long time, and the poem is the evidence. We need a permit to enter. We stuff our suitcases with pictures and memories. They feel very heavy on the ground. We can't carry them, neither can the roads. They scar the surface of the earth. We get lost in the past, present, and future. When a child is born, we feel sad for him or her. A child is born here to suffer, sir. A mother feels the great pain in labor. A child cries after leaving her dark place. In Palestine, children always cry. In Palestine, our dark is not safe. If we want to travel, we leave many times. In Gaza, you leave via either Erez or Rafah, a hard escape to make. So we search for the visa interview. Cairo, Istanbul, Amman. but not in Palestine. We don't have embassies, sir. The one in Jerusalem is farther than the Andromeda galaxy. Andromeda is 2.5 million light years away, but our years stay heavy and dark. It would take trillions of years. Sir, we are not welcome anywhere. Only cemeteries do not mind our bodies. We no longer look for Palestine. Our time is spent dying. Soon, Palestine will search for us, for our whispers, for our footsteps, our fading pictures fallen off blown up walls. Thank you. Request letter. He pens a quick letter on paper, a letter as plain in regard to form as possible with no white spaces, and throws it in the graveyard at night. Angel of death, when you collect the souls of those killed in an airstrike, do you mind leaving a sign for us so we know who is who? Because last time, my old kindergarten teacher couldn't recognize her daughter's face, which ear or arm or bloody finger on the dusty streets was hers. And the father wouldn't recognize which was his child if it wasn't for the size of the shoes, 28 European size still on the sole, that he bought her for the new school year. On the back of the paper, he pens the same letter in Arabic, because who could know what language the angel of death uses? The most spoken language in the world? Or the language of God? إلى ملك الموت. عندما تجمع أرواح من قتلوا في الغارة الجوية، هل تمانع بأن تترك لنا إشارة تدلنا على من هو من؟ لأنه في المرة الماضية لم تستطع معلمتي الكبيرة أيام الروضة أن تتعرف على وجه ابنتها. أية أذن أو ذراع أو أصبع مدمي في الشارع المغبر كان لابنتها. وكذا أب لم يستطع أن يعرف أية طفلة كانت ابنته لولا حجم الحذاء. 28 بالمقياس الأوروبي كان منقوشا على نعل الحذاء الذي اشتراه لها للعام الدراسي الجديد. What a Gazan should do during an Israeli airstrike. This was May 2021. Turn off the lights in every room. Sit in the inner hallway of the house, away from the windows. Stay away from the stove. Stop thinking about making black tea. Have a bottle of water nearby, big enough to cool down children's fear. Get a child's kindergarten backpack and stuff tiny toys and whatever amount of money there was. And the ID cards and photos of later grandparents, uncles or aunts, and the grandparents' wedding invitation that's been kept for a long time. And if you are a farmer, you should put some strawberry seeds in one pocket and some soil from the balcony flower pot in the other. And hold on tight to whatever number there was on the cake from the last birthday. This poem, the farmer in this poem was my father-in-law, who was killed in an airstrike last month. I never thought that I would be writing about people who were alive, who were eating with me, who were picking strawberries with me like Rifat, and now this is my father-in-law, that they would be killed later. That they would be killed later. For me, Israel, genocidal Israel, killed the strawberry. It killed the strawberry by killing Rifat, someone who loved the strawberry. It killed the strawberry farm in Beit Lahia, that's where it's mostly planted. And last month, they killed the strawberry farmer. Okay, this is a long poem that I wrote during the genocide. Under the rubble. She slept on her bed, never woke up again. Her bed has become her grave, a tomb beneath the ceiling of her room, the ceiling a cenotaph. No name, no year of birth, no year of death, no epitaph, only blood and a smashed picture frame in ruin next to her. In Jabalia camp, a mother collects her daughter's flesh in a piggy bank, hoping to buy her a plot on a river in a faraway land. This part is about my wife's uncle, Nasim Abu Shadiq, who was born nonverbal and deaf. Nasim was sheltering in a school in Beit Lahia, the same school where I attended my 4th grade. He was sheltering with his wife and their 2 kids. And he was abducted along with other people from inside the school. He was taken to the Kamal Udwan hospital for interrogation, and then he was released. By the time he arrived at the gate to the school, he was shot by a sniper. And there was a photo, but I'm not going to share everything because of that, the limitation of the time. There is a photo of him. No one knew at the time that it was him, but there is a photo someone posted on social media. That was December. I think it was 1 or 2 days after or before Rifat was killed. That was early December. So someone posted a photo of someone who was lying dead outside of the school, and he was wearing a doctor's uniform. And why would Nasim wear a doctor's uniform? Here's the answer. The Israelis, when they took him, they forced every one of them to remove all their clothes. This is the same thing they did with me when I was abducted in November 2023. But they forced every one of them to remove all their clothes. And then when they released him, he didn't have his clothes. So the doctors who were working at the hospital gave him what they had. So that's why he was wearing a white doctor's uniform. So that was Nasim Abu Shadiq. A group of mute people were talking sign. When a bomb fell, they fell silent. It rained again last night. The new plant looked for an umbrella in the garage. The bombing got intense, and our house looked for an umbrella in the neighborhood. That was months and months ago. I was worried about our neighborhood. Now, our city, the bombing got intense, and our city looked for a shelter in Palestine. Now Palestine needs a shelter. The bombing got intense, and Palestine is looking for a shelter in this world. I leave the door to my room open so the words in my books, the titles and names of authors and publishers could flee when they hear the bombs. I became homeless once, but the rubble of my city covered the streets. They could not find a stretcher to carry your body. They put you on a wooden door they found under the rubble. Your neighbors, a moving wall. The scars on our children's faces will look for you. Our children's amputated legs will run after you. This is before GHF. People were going to bakeries to buy some bread or to stand in long lines to get some bread for their children. Many of them were killed while waiting, or they were killed on the way back. He left the house to buy some bread for his kids. News of his death made it home, but not the bread. No bread. Death sits to eat whoever remains of the kids. No need for a table. No need for bread. What are you thinking? What thinking? What you? You. Is there still you? You there? This is a poem that I wrote when people were asked to leave Beit Lahia. That was October and November and December 2023. So I was asking this question, and now imagine if I'm going to ask this question these days. Where should people go? Should they build a big ladder and go up? But heaven has been blocked by the drones and F-16s and the smoke of death. My son, we were in Egypt at the time. My son asks me whether when we return to Gaza, I could get him a puppy. I say, I promise, if we can find any. I ask my son if he wishes to become a pilot when he grows up. He says he won't wish to drop bombs on people and houses. When we die, our souls leave our bodies, take with them everything they loved in our bedrooms, the perfume bottles, the makeup, the necklaces, and the pens. In Gaza, our bodies and rooms get crushed. Nothing remains for the soul. Even our souls, they get stuck under the rubble for weeks. I will end with a new poem that I published after the book came out. It's called A Hand is No Longer a Hand, and the title is from one part of the poem, which is about stray dogs and cats feeding on the bodies of people who were killed and whose bodies were left in the street for the starved animals to eat. Yesterday, I think I posted a video, but it was blurred, of a dog feeding on the body of an old woman in the street. A hand is no longer a hand. After the airstrike near a mulberry tree and some wild plants, they found the unmoving body of a boy. An eye was completely closed. The other was half open, watching for any piece of shrapnel that could kill him again. In my city, the army rounded up all the men, forced them to stand against the wall of the primary school. The hands raised, touched the newly painted bricks, as if getting prepared to play the piano before the bullets drummed on shivering heads and backs. During the airstrike, we sat on the tiled, dusty floor, stuck still as pills in a bottle in a pharmacy in a town where no one gets sick, where everybody's dead. I look at his wrist. It is crushed, nearly severed. And then at his shoulder, a bone is fractured. He is 4 years old. I say to my wife, "Oh, look how brave he is. He is not crying, no pain, no tears, even with no parents beside him." This is how we are viewed. "Oh, look at this baby. He's hero. He's not crying. He lost his arm and he's bleeding, and he's not crying." But no. I set my eyes on his face. His eyes are not moving. His heart is not beating. He is taking a rest. A hand is no longer a hand as long as it does not find another hand to shake, as long as it does not find food to share with others, as long as it does not find a pen to write, as long as it's the only meat a dog can find to eat, as long as it goes missing forever. Is this really it? Us waking up every morning, tell you about a massacre that happened overnight? Is our only job to report on our deaths, film our cut-off bodies, and ask you for help? When do you wake up? Is it okay with you to wake up, to find your house on fire, to find your child charred, to find your wife in a hospital with no medicine, to find your neighborhood a heap of rubble? To not wake up? Wake up. Enough watching us while sitting on a chair or reclining on a couch. We are drowning in your silence. We are screaming, but you took off your ears. You put them in your earbud cases. We see the blood as it gushes from the cases. The blood is our cries, our tears, our blood. You get displaced. You get wounded, yet survive. You jump off your cot when a missile hits the hospital. You shelter in a tent. You get displaced again. You get displaced again and again. On crutches, or a wheelchair. You get gazened a zillion times. If we stay in our houses, they bomb us. If we shelter in a school, they bomb us. If we run to a hospital, they bomb us. If we run to a tent, they bomb us. If we go to a toilet, they bomb us. If we run from an airstrike, they bomb us. If we do not do any of this, they still bomb us. If we stay like a tree or temporarily leave like a leaf in the fall, they bomb us. But spring will come, and those who bomb us, will find no bombs among the flowers. We will be on the trees bathing in the sun, and those who bomb us, will have no sun, no place to rest, no legs to run. Last one. He never woke up. I saw a photo of someone. This is the poem about him. That was in Jabalia refugee camp. He never woke up. I can see a juicer, a mattress, a blanket, what remains of a closet, what remains of a basket, and maybe a potato or an onion. The dust makes it difficult for me to distinguish a potato from an onion. But I can distinguish death. I can see it in the open mouth, in the closed eyes. I can see every one of us under the rubble. Thank you. Hard.
Thank you. Let's give Mosab another round of applause, please. So real quick, don't leave, because if you leave, you're not gonna take advantage of what we're offering right now. We had planned to give attendees a copy of Mosab's newest book, and unfortunately, the bookstore in Dearborn delivered them to our office in Washington, D.C. So doesn't make any sense. However, we have a QR code, please. If we can put that up, please just scan that. Fill out your information, and we will send you a copy. And also, if I think that is the right QR code. There's going to be a question if you want to host an event in your city with Mosab. Also, please let us know. We'd love to get him out there so he could spread his message and spread his work. It's important we support our artists and we support what they're doing for the movement, for the community. So please scan that, put your information. We'll get a book out to you as soon as we get back to the office next week. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Can I have my microphone, please? Number one. Okay. Good afternoon. Please, everyone, have a seat as we get ready here for the last panel of the conference. First of all, how was the conference? Wonderful. And hopefully you're going to come back again next year. Tell everybody you know about it. As we know and as you've heard already, Sunday is Palestine Day. And always now, obviously the last 2 years means everything is Palestine Day. But traditionally at the ADC conference, Sundays are Palestine Day. And so we are closing off the conference with a wonderful, wonderful panel that we have here to really put a button on everything that we've been talking about at this conference and to talk about rights, law, the genocide in Gaza, academia, and how it all connects. So we have 3 wonderful panelists to finish off here at ArabCon. Please help me welcome from the UN, Abdelhamid Siyam. We also have, and you've all seen him on social media, from Al-Quds publication and at the State Department every day, Arikat. And of course, academic, fierce lioness of us Palestinians, Dr. Rabab Abdulhadi. I'll leave this here for you, Dr. Rabab. So we are here as we close out to talk about, to kind of put a button on everything at the conference. And I can't, as a Palestinian American kid who grew up with 2 activist parents, going to every event before there was internet and meeting everybody who taught us how to be Palestinian, I can't think of 3 better people to be on the stage with us here as we close everything out. All of you are operating in different worlds, but for the same goal, all rowing the same way as we navigate these last 2 years. I think the biggest gift that we can get as we close out this conference is to hear and learn from your experience, and to hear how you've been navigating obviously your whole careers, but especially these last 2 years as we are entering a whole new world. And so I'll start with you, Abdelhamid. You've been a fixture in the UN and asking the tough questions. We've all seen you. How have you, and then of course, as we all know, 2 days ago, and maybe you can tell us if you would have ever imagined, 2 days ago, half the delegation's walking out when Netanyahu walks into the room. How have you seen things change in the last sort of long term, but especially, did you see this change coming? Were you surprised by all of this? Is this an arc that you saw us finally getting to in the UN?
Thank you so much, Amer. Thank you, audience, to stay to the last minute. I hope this panel will conclude a great, great conference. I have been working for the UN for many years as a staff. Then I left the UN. I resigned, in fact, and I came back as a journalist. But those last 2 years were the hardest, honestly, because it put everything in perspective. We have seen hypocrisy. We have seen cowardice. We have seen coward officials who does not talk straightforward to the facts. And we have to struggle through it. I have to struggle with, first, the senior UN officials and with the ambassadors and foreign dignitaries who come to the UN speak, and with journalists and UN spokesmen. So that is my daily routine. On terms of UN officials, in fact, they were almost all of them were late to recognize the fact there is a genocide in Gaza. And that is one of my daily fight with them. Do you recognize there is a genocide? Hardly anyone dare to use that term, including the Secretary General. How many times we try to corner him and see, look, everyone is calling it genocide. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, Bernie Sanders call it genocide. Everyone is calling, even B'Tselem called it genocide. Why you don't call it genocide? And he said, this is not my, it's not in my capacity to call it genocide. Oh, there is the ICJ which could call it genocide. But ICJ could take years to reach that conclusion. In fact, ICJ gave Israel extra year. They're supposed to conclude the debate by the end of 2026. And by early January 2027, give the legal opinion, if it's genocide or not. Now they gave it until 2028. It might take years also. However, with that struggle with the Secretary General, also we have to struggle with other senior officials. Imagine the one who is in charge of children. Her name is Virginia Gamba from Argentina. She put a report about children in 2024. And in that report, she said 1,259 children were killed in Gaza. We were stunned by this number. I told her, what are you talking about? This is more than this number is killed in 1 month. How could you put this fact? Oh, we said, oh, we have to, only what we were able to verify, only. And there was a meeting in the Security Council on children, and she spoke about children in Sudan only. And when there is a meeting on children in Palestine, and she was called to speak, when the Algerian ambassador started talking about children, she walked out. This is the kind of a struggle we have to face. And the only few people who mention genocide is Francesca Albanese, which you're very familiar with. She has the courage to name things the way they are. But she is not UN official, unfortunately. Right. She's not a staff. She's working on her own capacity as special rapporteur. And special rapporteurs are not considered speaking on behalf of the UN. Yes. They're speaking on behalf of their own knowledge and capacity and experience. Another person was able to say this word in the Security Council. Tom Fletcher, who's the humanitarian coordinator, when he in the speech said, Are you going to be waiting until you seeing genocide is committed in Gaza? And everything broke loose against him. They asked him to apologize. And since that day, which was May 5, he didn't mention that word again. And they're still after him. So they don't let anyone. When the SG himself, on October 24, 2023, in one of his speeches, he said, October 7 did not come from vacuum. And they asked him to resign. And they asked him to apologize. And they told him, you are disconnected with our word. And since that day, he did not repeat it. And I asked him, Mr. Secretary General, why you didn't repeat that term? Why you mentioned it once but never mentioned it again? And he answered me saying, but I always talk about what happened in Gaza. I mentioned October 7, but also I mentioned what is going on in Gaza. So he's trying to avoid my answer. But there are so many things to talk about, but I want to tell you lately that the new president of the General Assembly, probably you have seen that, she was the foreign minister of Germany, and she spoke in the parliament on July 10, 2024, and she said, Israel has the right to destroy civilian facilities. If they hide in schools or hospitals, they have the right to go after them. So on September 9, she was sworn in as the new president of the General Assembly. She walked out, and I was lucky to get a question. She took only 3 questions. And I told her, do you distance yourself from what you said in the parliament? And she said, are you misquoting me? She lied to my eyes. But then there is 700,000 who retweeted and quoted her what she talked in the parliament, quoting my question and her answer to show that she is lying in front of our eyes. This is a daily suffering we go through. But nowadays, there is more and more coming to believe it's a genocide, has nothing to do with October 7. It's a premeditated plan to obliterate the Palestinian people, starting in Gaza, and they will go to the West Bank, and they expanded it to Syria and Lebanon, which hardly they talk about it in the UN, and they focus on the humanitarian issue in Gaza only. And what happened in the General Assembly that day, which you saw, was a result of this conviction now that Israel cannot hide. It's clear. It's a genocide in front of the world's eyes. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdelhamid. So, Saeed, all of us on social media were victims of Matthew Miller as we watched him in the State Department. And you had to sit there every day and we would watch, I just because I've known you I was able to see the frustration that in your face of what we were all going through. And now he's not there anymore, and all of a sudden they're saying, the truth. What is that like, dealing with that every day to try to, it seems to me sometimes your job is almost just trying to squeeze the littlest thing out of them, a little bit of truth out of them. Right. And, as journalists, that's what you're trying to do. But talk to us a little bit about sort of the same question I asked Abdelhamid. Is there an arc going in the right direction? Do you feel like we're making any progress there? Would you still encourage journalists to sit in those rooms?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, everyone. I love your shoes.
Thank you, sir.
No, those are great shoes. Look, whether it's Matthew Miller or Ned Price before him, or all the others that preceded them, they basically stick to the same thing. Israel is their baby. They're going to say everything possible. They're going to twist the truth. They're going to rework the truth to fit their narrative. And their narrative that Israel is being, is the victim. Israel is the one that's constantly being attacked and so on. So their narrative is Israel has a right to defend itself under any circumstance. I mean, I've asked over the years so many times, do Palestinians or other people have a right to defend themselves? Does Syria have the right to defend itself because they were struck in Syria all the time? Does Lebanon have a right to defend itself? They never answer this. But Israel has a right to exist and has a right to defend itself. That is basically, the one statement, the one narrative that all administrations, all their spokesmen, whether the White House, the Pentagon, or the State Department, that is my beat, it's all the same. With Miller, it says, Miller came to be the spokesman, I think in May of 2023. I mean, he was not there for a very long time, just a few months before, before Gaza, before the October 7th happened and so on. And the one thing, that I and he had back and forth all the time over is that things did not begin at October 7th. And they insist that things began October 7th. Things have changed on October 7th. And I think, in their minds, October 7th showed that the Palestinians are able to fight back. It shows that the Palestinians are able to attack. They keep repeating that if, we want to make sure that Hamas, does not have the capacity or will not have the capacity to do October 7th, to do another October 7th, and so on. And they basically are saying that the Palestinians have no right to resist. That's the whole idea. The whole idea that the world saw that Palestinians, under the most difficult of conditions, are driven to fight back, driven to basically assert their rights, driven to say that we exist, that whatever you try all throughout, whether it's agreements, whether it's these sham normalizations, agreements, and so on, whatever it is, it's not going to deter the Palestinians from fighting for their cause, fighting for their land, fighting for their freedom. And that's the one thing that they could never take. That's the one thing that they basically will continue to whether blind themselves to it or twist the truth or change the truth to fit their narrative. When we talk about how do they respond to our questions, not only myself but also all my colleagues, I think that all my colleagues have always been asking the right questions. But you don't see that. You're not going to see it on their nightly news, whether it's CNN or ABC or NBC. But they're journalists. They ask the right questions. They write. They pose the right issues and so on. They never answer. Whether it's me or somebody else, there's always some sort of a kind of camouflaged answer or an answer that does not really address the issue as it should be. Now, you asked what is the trajectory, how it's moving. It's very bad. Now we don't have briefings because, with this administration...
I was about to say, we don't see you anymore.
Exactly. There are no briefings. We have something called the gaggle where we get together. And, there's something called the bullpen. There's about 18 of us in an area where we have desks and so on in the State Department. And we get together every other day or sometimes every day and so on. We meet either with officials and we meet with the deputy spokesman now because the spokesman left. She was thrown out or kicked up to the United Nations. But you're not allowed to write about it because it's completely off the record. It's not even on deep background. So we meet them, but it's useless because, you ask them the right questions. Some awful people like Steve Witkoff's deputy, a guy by the name of Lightstone and so on. An awful. He parrots out the Israeli propaganda. He's a Hasparati by every sense and so on. So since January 20th, we have had, beginning in February, we had a spokeswoman named Tammy Bruce. Now she's been sent, but she was awful. She was terrible with me, because they treated me as the enemy. They treated me as an enemy. I was led to believe that any moment they are going to throw me out of that bullpen that we call the bullpen. And ever since then, we have her deputy. He's good. He's knowledgeable and so on, but he's not allowed to say much. So keep in mind that what we have today is someone in the White House, the President of the United States of America. He basically controls foreign policy, he controls security policy, and he's the spokesman for everything. He's the spokesman for his own administration. So our job or our ability to ask or to hold their feet to the fire is basically has diminished a great deal. Thank you.
So, Professor Rabab, we all saw you get this Lifetime Achievement Award last night from ADC, and we're all very proud of you.
Thank you.
So I've on stage for a long time, I have said before October 7th, because this wasn't a trend to us, you know, we've been doing this stuff before October 7th. And for a long time I've said, you know, the Israelis have tried everything to get rid of us. And, you know, you got to feel bad for these people. They're not very good at it. And you're kind of like the actual embodiment of that. They have tried everything to get rid of you. And I always say there's only one reason you try to silence the other side. That's because you're lying. And you want to silence the truth. And now you are in the world of academia, as we all know, and been talking about Palestine for forever. And of course, things have ramped up last few years, then Sheikh Jarrah, and then of course October 7th. So it's in the same vein. What is the trajectory that you see? Are you optimistic of things in academic circles, and how have the attacks on you, I know they haven't softened from the Zionists, but have you found even more solidarity after October 7th? What is all your feelings about that?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you, and thank to my colleague who are always pushing, because I'm watching all of the stuff that's going on, and I also see the silencing and the shadow banning. So nothing that you do actually, unless you follow the Arab press, you don't see anything. And thanks to the ADC for continuing and being resilient after 45 years and going, and to the audience, and to you, Omar, and to our community. That's amazing. Secondly, I think that for the resilience of the community for the struggle. Secondly, by the way, they haven't softened. Actually, the attacks are continuing, and they continue. They issue one report after another, and they're now using other things, mixed up stuff, and issuing reports. And it's very nasty. It's scary because they are targeting it towards the new ways of the Trump administration targeting people. I would say I am lucky in the sense that we all are lucky compared with what's going on to the people in Gaza, the people in the refugee camps in Jenin, in Tul Karim, the creeping annexation that's happening in the West Bank, the draconian measures that are going on against our people in the 48 areas. What we're facing is terrible, it's horrible, but I think like a lot of the times what keeps me going is that I see we're doing nothing compared to what people are facing back home. So whatever we're doing, that's one thing. The second thing is that, yeah, I'm feeling very, I have what I would argue, I believe in revolutionary optimism, which is not an expression from me, it's an expression from Frantz Fanon.
Say that again so everyone hears it.
Revolutionary optimism. This is a term that many revolutionary theorists engage organic intellectuals, if you will. These are words that were said in one way or another. If you say Gramsci in Italian, you will say Frantz Fanon when he was writing in French about the Algerian revolution. Our intellectuals, and you read, by the way, some people become very well known, but they are actually happening in the Palestinian literature. They're happening elsewhere. But you know how also knowledge gets produced. Some things get very well known because they are in English or in French, in the languages of colonizers, and some of the things don't get known because they are in Arabic or in languages of the colonized. So this is also how knowledge gets produced, but it is about people continuing pushing. And if people have any question about that, you'd ask, how is it that Palestinians, after over 100 years of attempts by the Zionist project to erasure, to divorce the Palestinians from their land, to change the ecology completely, even change the trees, bring foreign trees. I mean, not implant only colonizers from Europe colonizers, but even colonizing trees in the area, and they keep saying, why are the fires keep happening in the Carmel Mountains? I mean, why? Why? Because you're putting things that don't belong in a place that don't belong. You know, it's like, it doesn't really make sense. Taking over Palestinian culture, taking the hummus, the maftool. I mean, all of the stuff they keep taking, it's not working. And this is the problem, is that they do not learn. It's good. It's good that the colonizers and the oppressors do not learn. They don't learn from history. You think that you take a book and you say, didn't they, after 9/11/2001, show the Battle of Algiers? They showed all of these books, the Frantz Fanon books, to the people in the Pentagon. They brought it and they showed them and so on. You need to learn how you can pacify the people in Afghanistan and Iraq. What happened today? Let's fill the papers of history and think about what's going on. So this was what's happening also in the academy. When we talk about the young people, and I don't want to say the kids, because I don't want to infantilize the students, and I don't want to patronize them, because they know. They learned, and they took what they learned, and they applied it, and they used the knowledge, because this is what you do. You're supposed to learn what you're learning and do it. And they turned it into a social movement. And they engage, when you say encampment, that you set up camps in reference to Palestinian refugee camps. You put tents, and in the tents you're sitting there and engaging in pedagogy. And people say of the oppressed, in terms of Paulo Freire, but we know Sheikh Izzuddin al-Qassam was engaging in the Kuttab.
That's right.
People were. So I think it's really important to also think about that and see that people continue struggling everywhere. Israel in the Intifada 87, I don't call it the first Intifada. I hate the first and the second
true.
and
It
so
was
on.
not.
But they were engaging, they were learning. They closed the schools. All the women's associations, because Israel has this racist, Orientalist view of women. We are always cooking and baking and so on. Okay, so you're stupid. You think this is what we're doing? We're saying we're taking care of the children, and they're teaching popular education. So then Israel passed penalty measures against the women who are doing that. I mean, this is kind of like you take everything and you use every single ways of measure, anything in your life and so on, in order to change things, to use them for resistance. And if the colonists, if the oppressors think whatever they think, who cares? Let them think whatever they think. You never are going, and I think one of the biggest mistakes at some point in the history of the Palestinians is always trying to convince the colonists, the oppressors, that we're nice people. Why do we need to convince the oppressors?
Right,
They
exactly.
will never, they're killing us
Yes.
day in and day out. Why do we need to convince them? We don't need to. What we need ourselves to decolonize our mentalities. This is really important, to get rid of Uqdat al-Khawaja. Talk with ourselves and our people and our allies. And when we see solidarity happening all over the world, when we see our colleagues, students on campuses, we're defying everything, defying all these draconian measures, where the university campuses are colluding with the administration, the repression measures, the police, ICE. They are giving names, like Berkeley, 160 names. They gave the names, the university, to the ICE and the university, the Trump administration, just like McCarthyism. Now we heard that California State University, a university in which our campus is, and accusing them of anti-Semitism. Now they are investigating all of us. They're doing all of the stuff, they're colluding with them. These are not administrations that will ever change. These are administrations that we need to consider them as part of the oppressors, and we collaborate with each other, organize ourselves with Palestinian universities that are called terrorist universities, half of whom in Gaza were all destroyed. There is no education. Half of the professors are gone, half of the students are gone, and this is what we need to be doing. This is when we study with our colleagues all over the world. Yes, there is something changing in the academy, and we need to change our colleagues who only think of their own careers and think that they are learning just for the sake of learning in order to make more money, in order to get promoted. Even our own, if you don't mind, Abdelhamid, to say, Professor Abdelhamid All the classes were taken, they cut off. And this is one of the steps the administration do. They take your classes from you and they say it's a budget issue, austerity measures. Right. And we say, if it's austerity measure, how come the administrator president gets 10% raise? If you have 10% more, why don't you give the professors their jobs? If you have more money, give the professors their job. Why are you adding more tuition? So there is all of these things that they do in order for them to silence us, because there is a Zionist project to criminalize Palestine. They delete it from the curriculum because they're so afraid when people know the truth, people who have no agenda. Look at what's going on in the streets of the US, in polls, in the streets of the world, in the flotilla and elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, it is so stark to me what's happening in America. As I was a college student, I was at the University of Michigan, and we would rent a van and drive down to the ADC convention in 1990. I don't know if Khaled's here, but we used to do that stuff. Dr. Khaled or Professor Khaled Beydoun. Yeah. We used to do that stuff in 1996, 97, 98, and we would never get any funding. And of course, now things are changing on campuses, and so there is that change. But I'll come back to you, and after these introductory comments, I think it's so awesome. And as we move on, let's do about 2 minutes per answer, because I want to get out as many questions as I can. But Abdelhamid, so let me go piggyback off my first question. Are you optimistic for what you're seeing at the UN? Okay, these people walked out. Okay, there seems to be some movement. Is that going to translate into the higher ups, obviously not the Trump administration, but are we going to see, do you think that that there are big changes at the UN when it comes to Palestine in store for us?
Thank you. We have to think of the UN on two levels. The staff, who are a little bit scared if they're losing their job or being stigmatized, and the diplomats. And both groups interact in the UN. So when it comes to representative countries, yes, we see more support. We see great speeches by the ambassador of Guyana. I think she is one of the most eloquent speakers. And Slovenia. These are really great ambassadors, and they give great speeches, and we're really proud of them.
Just so that people understand what you're talking about. Yeah. The diplomats, you mean the people that work for the missions of the countries at the UN, who represent their countries, and then the staff is the people who work for the actual UN.
For the UN.
Right. They're scared of their job.
Right. So when it comes to staff, they are very careful, because they're being watched. For example, the UN assigned somebody called Sigrid Kaag from the Netherlands to be the super humanitarian coordinator. She spent months, we didn't know what she do, and she withdrew from the UN. We didn't know why. She was a cover-up for what is called the floating, what is called
floater. Floater, moving from place to place.
The seaport that the U.S. established on the shore of Gaza.
Yes.
Yeah, the floating. Whatever. So
the floating dock, the U.S. thing.
It came, and it was a scheme to allow people to infiltrate and go kill some Palestinians.
Sure.
The same thing with GHF now. Yeah. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. It's a cover-up. And they had a meeting between you and senior officials and the executive director of this organization, which is a trap to kill many Palestinians. Imagine someone called Pamela Patton. She is in charge of sexual harassment in the time of conflict. She went to visit Israel for 2 weeks and a half, and she stopped 2 hours in Ramallah.
Yeah.
And she came up with a report that you can think that the Palestinians are waging a genocidal war against the Israelis. Same thing with another person called Alice Indirito, which she is in charge. She is the special advisor on the Convention of Preventing Genocide and Punishing for it. She's that in charge of genocide. And again, when she put the first report, exactly, you think the Palestinians are waging a genocidal war against Israel. So our problem with these things, they are changing even the language now in the UN, those officials. I asked the spokesman, why you keep saying Kerem Shalom? It's Karim Abu Salim. The Israeli took it,
right,
and they put it in their land. Why you call it Temple Mount? Show me any document in the UN that call Al-Aqsa Mosque the Temple Mount. Why are you adopting the Israeli language? I asked him one day, and the whole, probably 40 journalists there, are you, next time you're going to say Judea and Samaria? So, yeah, so he was stunned right there. So that's what our struggle, yeah. The double standard also. One Yemeni missile landed in Haifa, I think, and killed one person. Well, there was a strong statement condemning that. Okay? Then why, when there is a missile that kills a whole family, every single day there's 30, 40, 50. Now the number of people killed on daily basis is missing from the daily briefing. I have to fill up that missing link every single day. So I start my comment, 45 people were killed. Why you didn't mention it in your briefing? Why? Oh, we have mentioned the targeting civilians. That's not my question. One more thing about the language also. There are three kind of words they use all the time. Express concern, and appalled, and sometimes they say deplore, and condemn. The word condemn is reserved for the Palestinians. They don't use it. They don't dare to use it sometimes. Now talking about diplomats, it's a little bit different. Again, it depends on the policy of that government. I mean, the ambassador of Colombia is different from that the ambassador of Albania. Albania, he said, I'm going to talk about all those tragedies around the world. And he started talking about Tigris in Ethiopia and Yazidis in Iraq, but he didn't mention Palestine. I asked him, Mr. Ambassador, this issue has been on the UN agenda from the very first day of its inception. How could you forget first? Oh, he said, oh, I'm sorry. It didn't come to mind. Was that? Imagine that. And Linda, my last story. I have so many stories to tell. Linda, the former ambassador of the US, Linda Greenfield.
Under Biden.
Yeah. I told the Madam Ambassador, when a Ukrainian fight the Russian occupiers, then he's a hero in your eyes. And even there are programs on your TV to teach the Ukrainian how to make firebombs. And you glorify their struggle. But when a Palestinian fight the same occupation, then you label him as a terrorist. Could you explain it for me? She was answering every question from her mind. Then when I asked that question, she pulled a paper and she started reading. We support the two-state solution with all that nonsense, yeah. She couldn't. And it went that my question and her answer went viral all over the world because she was too coward to answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Saeed, should, you know, before Mosab had his reading, there was a panel of the Breakthrough News people. I saw that. And hopefully there's young journalists here, and you have inspired, both of you, all of you have inspired a lot of young Arab American journalists. But would you advise them to go down that road and try to sit in the State Department hearings, or should they go out on their own and start these alternative medias? Do we need both? You know, is there still value to doing the sort of like, I don't know what the right word, establishment type stuff of, you know, being in these official rooms? You know, I think there is. I saw what you all did when there were actual briefings, but are you optimistic about the influence that we might have in those sort of establishment rooms?
Yes, but let me, before answering that, I want to refer to something that was mentioned about the floating pier. Yeah. Because that was, you know,
by the way, you can say whatever you want, just because I asked a question.
I understand. You know, because the floating pier came into its lifespan was something like 2 months.
Yeah.
Okay. It was placed there. Then, you know, they had maybe a couple of trucks go in. Then, you know, they say weather was not cooperative, as if, you know, the Mediterranean is such a turbulent kind of shore and so on, which is not. Then we know that they used it. I mean, they could deny all they want, but in fact, they used it when they attacked the camp on June 8th. 2024, and they liberated whatever, they freed like 3 or 4 hostages and so on, and killed about 400 people. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, they say, well, this is not really a good way to deliver aid and so on. So keep in mind, whatever the United States does, it does for Israel and does against the Palestinians. That is the fact. Keep that in mind. If you look at the so-called GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, this is also found, and we listened to Aguilar, speak about this issue. This was created basically first of all, as a death trap for the Palestinians. They have killed maybe 3,000. We don't know the real figure and so on. It was an effort to replace the genuine organization that can actually distribute food and so on. So every step that the United States takes is basically a well-deliberated step, and it is a step against the Palestinians, because let's face it, the United States of America is the hyper-imperialist capitalist country that will continue to run. They use Israel as a tool. Keep that in mind. And who follows whom? It is actually Israel that follows the United States of America. They will not be able to do anything without the stamp of approval. Now, going to your question, I'm sorry, but this is something that, to your question, yes, absolutely. I think that, it is an honorable vocation, an honorable profession. It doesn't pay you much. I haven't been paid, I don't know how long, I can't even count. So it doesn't pay much, but somebody's got to hold their feet to the fire. You have to tell the truth. You have to ask the tough questions. You have to be able to pay the price. Now, keep in mind, American media, and I teach a course on media, American media are big companies. They are big capitalist companies and so on. They have always been this way. They have always been this way. Their mission and their objective is basically to forward American imperialist policies. Period. That's what you see on CNN. That's what you see in the New York Times. That's what you see in the Washington Post and so on. And we should not be afraid to say this. Now, we have colleagues that are really professional from these organizations and so on, and they do the good job. But there's also today, as Rania was speaking, and Eugene today, they spoke of the alternative media, and it's out there. It's out there, and we should be, the internet and the social media is providing an amazing public square for debate and so on, for forward. And look what's happening. I mean, what happened to TikTok, for instance? What happened to TikTok is definitely driven by the support for the Palestinians. Larry Ellison is one of the worst Zionists. He's the richest man in the world, by the way. He bypassed Elon Musk. And his mission is basically to silence pro-Palestinian voices and so on. That means that those alternative voices, alternative media, has been very, very effective. So yes, I encourage everyone. I wish, I want to see in the briefing room, because briefings will come back. No matter what, they will come back. So I want to see in the briefing room young Palestinian men and women sit there and pose the questions and so on. Because I tell you what, the moment you walk in and you're a Palestinian journalist, they get shaken up. Just by the mere fact that you are there.
They're scared of us.
Yeah, they are, and they say, I remember in years past during the Obama administration and so on, and I would be walking the hallways and, Jen Psaki was the spokesperson, and she would come to me and say, what are you going to swing on me today? What are you going to, do? So they are very uncomfortable that there's actually Palestinian journalists and Palestinian press, and they can garner a section or a space in this media. So the short answer, yes, please do it, because we need you out there.
Yeah. So, Professor Rabab, I have two questions in this part. Is that, so we've seen obviously the students on campuses, but there's also then the academia, the professors, and who seem to be also more comfortable now talking. Have you seen that among your colleagues, that they've been, and how much we sometimes get uncomfortable talking about October 7th, and as Americans, but how much of that is sort of directly from the, I guess, magnitude of that it just created this question asking more than anything ever else has before. And, are you seeing your colleagues feeling more empowered to say things, probably because of your steadfastness over all these years? And then finally, do you condemn October 7th?
Yeah.
No,
I condemn Israel and the United States and all oppressions and imperial wars.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very good.
And
That was an easy answer.
And I never ever condemn Palestinian resistance and anyone resistance around the world. Those who are here and who are around the world, write it up.
That's right.
Okay, so anyway, move on to the next question. I just wanted to say something, actually, just commenting on what Saeed said. I want to also go a step further and say in terms of organizing. One thing from our experience, at San Francisco State, we actually had an amazing Palestinian journalist, Jamal Dajani, teaching a course on Arab media images. We had him teaching, and actually he was doing us a favor, because he doesn't need the lousy money that the university was paying. He really was doing us in order to build the program, because the university canceled the 2 faculty lines, our searches, because the Zionists protested, so university president punished us in response to the Zionists and canceled the faculty line and left me 1-person program to demolish the program, okay? And so Jamal did us a favor, Peabody Award-winning journalist, and came to teach. Little by little, the university reduced his, because when you are a lecturer, you actually, according to union, you have longevity. And then after a while, you can be fired. You can actually become like a union, like a faculty, tenured faculty like me. Then we talked to the media department and so on, and really tried to work with them to see if they can actually have his course cross-listed with them, so we can have more students learned how to do media, broadcasting, and so on. All of a sudden, the media department, all of them, journalists, froze. And they were the young students who were producing the student newspaper. At some point, really activists, wonderful students, all of a sudden, when our classroom that was with Layla Khalid was shut down, all of a sudden they actually carried out, word by word, from lawfare accusations against us, which faculty hearing panels ruled in our favor, random faculty panels and so on. Now we cannot actually have students, even students who come to my classes, are unable don't know what happened, don't know the history with all the documentation. So what I'm saying is that students are not learning, are not learning in journalism classes how to actually be critical thinking, and many are learning how to do the media writing, for example, like let's say Columbia School of Journalism, is doing it to become the next New York Times journalist. Sometimes they happen upon critical ways, and that's, we'll get the excellent reporters and the alternative media and so on. So I am wondering, is there a way? Yesterday I was talking to Ayman Ismail, just by chance, and he's talking about an association. I'm talking about further, not only association from ours. I'm talking about possibly here at this conference and beyond, maybe having some kind of like really mentoring program for all the people, all the organizations that are challenging the dominant hegemonic media, that whether they are doing it conspiracy style or they are doing it because of who owns the media or because of all the above, or because they're right wing, they are writing the same story. Things happen and they don't record them at all. Or some things happen and then the next day they give us a story about why Israel cannot handle the prisons, because there are problems in the technicality, because they have low staff, because this has nothing to do with why Israel wants to crush the Palestinians. I mean, we see it in the New York Times, we read it. So is it possible for some people to come together who are knowledgeable to say, we want to be able to encourage more? How do you do it? How do you get across? How are you able to, all the amazing and very talented people like you and like people who have spoken here, Rania, Ayman, everybody who has been doing incredible work to figure out how to encourage young people to be, I mean, we know that Israel is targeting journalists. We know that. So how can we bring more people, young people who are in the classes, and just encourage them to do more, teach them to do more, mentor them and have their backs when they are targeted. I think we really, really, really need this and work with all the medias, not just Arab media, not just Palestinian, in multiple languages. I know that the COPCON, which is people who started this program, mentoring program, that is after Andrew COPCON, who was the editor of The Nation, but they only do 7 awards a year because they can't afford more. But we can actually do that, an ongoing program. You know, and this is something like the ADC can do that, but there is also many media organizations, Newspaper Guild, they've been attacked a lot. So is there a way we can do it? And people who have worked in journalists, you can, you know, if you can dedicate, let's say, an hour a week. You don't have to do it every week, but say maybe I can do 2 weeks a month or 2 weeks to 3 weeks a year or something like that. And then this will be something, not even a public university. This is who signed up. And then young people are getting mentored to do that. And this is something that maybe even an internship program that they can count for their credit in the university. And we can connect students in Bir Zayt, in Beit Lahem, the students in Gaza who are actually getting training by many of us because their universities have been. So I'm just wondering if we can think like beyond the box and see if we can do something of this sort, because that would be you know, kind of like proactive step, and just take things into our own hand and encourage that. Yeah, I know you're hearing something.
Yeah, there's some snapping or clicking, or please, whoever's doing that, stop something going on. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so that's my kind of like in response to what you're doing, because you're fighting and you're still in the trenches and you're always frustrated and you're fighting on behalf of all of us. But this is something that they can also learning how to even share. It's not just something you share intuitively, but also we have a strategy, you know, how to do that. We're talking justice. Okay, now in terms of the faculty, I think there is a problem around intellectuals in general. I'm not talking only about my professors. I'm talking also about even our own colleagues. I will say, and I think we all read the news, after October 7th, okay, either everybody disappeared,
Yeah.
we could not find anybody. Everybody who's willing to give interviews, the first to jump and say, hey, I'm available, or just say something, so tweet or something, so somebody will say, oh, come, we want to talk to you. Nobody was available. Nobody was available. Or there is this statement, one after, after we condemn this criminal, horrible massacre against civilians, the worst civilian that killed 1,200 Israeli civilians. By the way, nobody even checked how many quote-unquote civilians and how many were soldiers and how many were killed by the Israeli military. I mean, this is the 1,200. People did not dissect it. Everybody keeps repeating the same figure, and even that, not. Okay. And then, so for a very long time, condemnation. And some of us who, you know, that's like, why are you shocked by that? The whole thing, and the Israel defending itself, I mean, isn't this line itself? Which borders are talking about? Nobody is even asking, which border is Israel talking about? Is it the border of 47? Is it 48? Is it armistice? Is it 1967? Which borders? Is it annexing Jerusalem? You know, and why are you accepting these borders as the borders of Israel when Israel hasn't defined? Or is it the borders when they expanded in Lebanon or Syria? Which borders? I mean, if you want to talk about border theory, let's sit down and talk about it. Nobody asks this question. Everybody self-defense. So invaders. Who are the invaders? The people who are actually going back to their villages? Which invaders? And the kibbutz Siyam, and actually they weren't even targeted. It was Gaza Brigade that was targeted. Let's tell, and it was liberation of prisoners. Nobody talks about that. Nobody, but because nobody listens to the operator. You may not agree. Historically, until now, Palestinians have no agreement over hijacking planes. Nobody until now, since '68. Until now, there is no agreement whether external operations are okay or not. Nobody, until now, there is a big debate in the Palestinian movement, right? In very rich debate whether it is okay or it's not okay. So it's like, why we're having debates about that too. It's a very different kind of debate in the eyes of the fascists this is one, okay? So then this is something we engage in responding to their questions instead of asking our own questions. So I think that's very problematic. Secondly, many of our scholars and intellectuals, they come and they say, we need to respond to you. Like when Abu Mazen said this stupid, as usual, statements about Jews and so on, everybody rushed and apologized. Why? Like everybody had to rush and apologize for 9/11, 2001. Why? We have to apologize for Osama bin Laden and these. It's just that the United States has created in the first place. It's not. Why do we have to answer at all? It has nothing to do with us. So I think this was a very big problem when we jump to respond instead of us jumping to the genocide that's going. And I want to see all of these intellectuals now speaking when children. Bones are showing, when heads are being blown, when people day in and day, we can't even know where people are buried. We don't know where the bones are. Where is the outrage? So to me, honestly, I'm not even willing, and I will say, I'm not even willing to engage any of my colleagues who is going to actually stand and try to have even a rational conversation about that. Because I think, and if you say you are an intellectual, you're going to stay in the cubicle and do whatever you want to do, that's fine. But if you're going to say you're going to engage in public discussion, go to hell. I'm not going to do it. The last point I would say is that we see today there is a big contested public space. Trump administration and the Zionists are unable to control public space. Yeah. This is why they're getting so nasty. This is why they are targeting students. This is why they're picking them by eyes. This is what they're jumping. They do not know what to do. The Israel and the Zionists and Netanyahu and the Zionist movement are rushing because they're running out of time. Of course they are conducting genocide because this is what the best they can do. But they do not know what to do. But now it's a question for the academics. Where do you stand? When you are called upon, are you going to go name names like McCarthyism, engage in new McCarthyism? Or are you going to stand for what's right? Instead of babbling, are you going to cut parts of your syllabus? Are you going to be silencing? Are you going to be standing aside and say, oh, this is only about our rights to have our campuses, academic rights, and so on? Or are you going to also talk about Palestine? Is that okay or not? And I think more people are doing it, and some people are being fired. So it is a very big battle. It's polarized. And I think some people are doing it, and the students, our students, their students are showing us whether you are really hypocritical or you're on the right way.
Well, as we wrap up here and wrap up the conference, and like I said, I couldn't think of a better way than to wrap up the conference. I've seen a lot of you taking pictures with people throughout the weekend. You got to take pictures with these three Palestinian American legends when you're outside. As we wrap up, I'll just take a final thought from all of you is to, how do you, again, see things playing out, or what message do you have for all the people who are here as to keep going? I mean, I think all of you kind of touched on this idea of, at least I heard, that like we're winning, where things are going in the direction that we want it to go. How do we finally get there? And and how important is the issue of what Professor Rabab was talking about, just staying focused, like clearly focused on keep the main thing, as they say. I always say to people, when people ask me, why don't you talk about this Arab government or this people, I say, listen, man, every minute you're not talking about Israel, you're not talking about Israel. So let's make sure we stay focused on the main thing. But as we wrap up here, just a minute or so from each of you, how are you optimistic? What is your message to people? Should we keep going in the direction? What changes do we have to make? Whatever you want to say, but I think these are the messages that will really resonate with people as we close out this conference.
Thank you. I just want to say one footnote.
Yes.
That in my university, me and Noor Arikat are now branded, and they didn't post my courses. Yeah. They're not trying to fire me, but they want me to quit. Yeah. But I will not. Yes. Now the lawyers are dealing with the issue.
Sounds like what they're doing to Palestinians in general.
When one student wrote an article about me, accusing me of anti-Semitism, 32 students replied. So that is amazing. My reward. I was teaching this Arab-Israeli conflict for many years, and it's most popular. But anyhow, we'll go back to the issue. Yeah. I think, yes, we are winning at the level of the grassroots people, the ordinary people in the street. We are. But we have to multiply our efforts. We have to do more work. I mean, we have to show two things. First, the depth of the tragedy, the depth of the genocide. We have to show it all the time and present it in every way we can. That's one thing. And the second, we have also to stress that our people will never be defeated.
That's right.
Yes. We will, Palestinian people are the most resilient people. It's been over 100 years. Waves of atrocities are committed, one after the other, and the Palestinians will come back and fight for their rights. Without the Palestinian gaining their freedom, real freedom, self-determination, independence, dignity, this war will continue. And I'm sure the other side will be losing.
All right.
Thank you, Amir, and thank you, everybody. I just want to say something that you mentioned about Arab governments and, being really trapped or fallen into this trap.
Yeah.
Remember, the only reason you have these dysfunctional Arab governments and this dysfunctional Arab governance is basically the state of Israel.
Right.
The reason you have this fragmentation in the Arab world is basically the state of Israel, because that's how they sustain it. They steal their resources so they can aid Israel, because Israel serves the imperialist paradigm and the imperialist goal and so on. Yes, we are winning. I went for 3 days. I went to New York to also cover the General Assembly. And from the moment I walked out of the garage, I drive up there, I see nothing but Palestinian flags. Whether it's the person, the delivery guy on a bicycle and so on, or the little carts where they sell hot dogs and so on. And these guys are not Palestinians. But wherever you look, you see the Palestinian flag, you see the kufiyya, you see these things, the expressions of solidarity with the Palestinians. So I think we are winning. And if you look at the public space, whether on social media, whatever platform there is, unless it's Trump's platform, so, through social, I don't know.
Truth Social.
I don't really look
Sorry,
at it.
we shouldn't talk about it.
Okay, anyway. So we're winning, but the struggle is hard. The struggle is hard, and we need to I don't know, we need to be doing something to basically allow the Arab people to come to the basket, come be, show expressive moods of solidarity, not only in words of condemnation, but we are winning, to answer your question.
Great, wonderful. Professor Rabab.
Yes, I 100% agree. And I think also, first, the Arab people are rising, and we don't even hear enough how many are imprisoned, how many have to go to mukhabarat, how many, there is so much going on. And I think I mentioned to some people, I've been attending meetings of Kulluna Gaza, Kulluna Palestine, and honestly, I'm learning a lot about Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Iraq, Kuwait, Oman. There is so much activism going on, and people who are involved are in prison, revolving door all the time. So, and you know why the Arab governments are also anxious. So there is something going on. Around the world too, all of this blocking of the ships, boycotting Israel, there is things happening. And this is also impacted in the United Nations and elsewhere, the definitions also, because they would not move if the streets are not moving. The streets are imposing themselves on that. I also think it's a very important thing that a lot of people in the Palestinian movement are talking more with each other, are debating more. I think there is something that, people who are discussing, and I think something October 7 did, is made us think with each other more. Even thinking about the tactics, thinking about the thought. I think it democratized a lot all the resistance groups, because the groups themselves are discussing by themselves and with each other. And we see the statements that come out. If you follow all the statements, the way people are kinder to each other. I'm talking about within the broader resistance movement, intellectuals, fighters. We don't know who, we don't know who is fighting in the field, who's not. And we shouldn't, because if we know They've been assassinated already. But there is something that is this old discussion that's enabling comparative from the past. And this is really important also for us to learn about the past too, and learn about the things that we won, we didn't, and compare with other struggles as well, and connect with people around the world. I mean, there is something that is changing, and I think, you know what I said last night, there is something about Palestine, not from a narrow nationalist or kind of like we are better than anybody else or oppression Olympics, but there is something that is raised and should be proud of, that is engaging in solidarity and liberation for everybody. And we're learning too, and we're getting humbled that the whole world is what? I mean, it's incredible. You see the flotilla? What is this? I mean, the way that they are coming, and honestly, if I say in Arabic, it was amazing, amazing, amazing that all this coming in the and now there is ships coming from Italy, they're coming from Spain, people are joining, and it's an amazing impression. This is what we need. We need more action. We need more boycott. We need to isolate Israel more. And Zionism is collapsing. It's unable to hold on to Jews within Israel and the younger generation of Jews that says, not in my name. The project for me is liberation of Palestine. This is what is Zionism. It's not going to happen tomorrow. And we're going to lose so many more people, and we shouldn't lose anybody. But we are, and it's imposed upon us. This battle is imposed upon us. It's not, we didn't create it.
That's right.
But Israel is never going to accept a bunch of people, fighters, showing that it is mightiness has been challenged, and they want to keep crushing, because how dare you? For them is how dare you, and for us, too bad. You came to our land, you crushed us, you destroy us, you want to kill us, you need to get out. Stop. If you stop, everybody will stop and free Palestine.
That's right.
Very good.
Well,
Very good.
you can keep applauding. I'd like them all to stand up, because this is the picture you should be taking of the conference. Professor Abdelhamid Siyam, Saeed Arikat, and Professor Rabab Abdulhadi. A great way to end the conference. I know Abid will be out. Free Palestine, and see you all next year.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great job. Great job.
Sorry. Don't leave just yet. We just got some quick closing remarks. Thank you all. Let's hear it again for this incredible panel, this incredible lineup. And look, thank you all. This has been an incredible weekend. This is our second ArabCon here in Dearborn, and it's looking like the third next year in 2026. We'll most likely be back here in the city. We don't have dates or a final decision made yet, but we are looking to come back here. And please stay involved with the organization, stay involved with everything going on. This is going to be a rough year coming ahead as we're heading into the midterm elections. We don't want you just to listen to a great panel or listen to a great session and then leave and go back home as if you weren't here. There needs to be action taken. There needs to be a commitment. There needs to be a lot more work done in between now and the time we reconvene here next year. We hired Suhaila Ayman as our new National Organizing Director. Take advantage of that. Reach out to us if you want to start a chapter in your city, if you want to host an event in your city, or even if you want to have a smaller ArabCon version conference in your city. We are open to that. We're committed to doing that. We want to make that happen. There is a lot of work. Again, I want to reemphasize a lot of work between now and next year, and we're going to have a lot more challenges and a lot of things coming our way, but we have to be prepared, and I'm confident we can handle that together. So thank you all. Again, stay in touch, stay committed. We appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you.